see a lot of the Tali Magloma. No, no, do my here, give me fire, son of food, primer, so villa. Miado, ye, Nani data, Guana, Yapia, Kama Joma, we town. Ugana, Yapia, Colo, go, Guafa, we pay to Gamma. So, no, no, Ministry of Environment, Climate Change, Kenny Abdullah, Gulonata, a day. Yeah, 2020, Taya, and Dagama, now it's to do with that Lokomako, who over Taiwana. Tom, be out to Busia later than a call to Booty him, we panda. If I see him, guy, in the Tower, Poma, do a town. Taya in the Jiva, Gulona, Jipaja, Nugasama, Koe, Momata here. Thus, we are leon started below to one at a Cologo, doing this yama, Sia in this yama, what tell our Lukuma, we panda. Tabe sia hindesia kowe ugudoko bakwawe tayo kolo amiji World Vision kan bati yenga tugulo na ati kowe tubuti lapi ko toto ke digloma inga akpa tugba na tatila lukuma tayo ye kolo amiji na numna law executive director against Sierra Sada Bureau Dr. James Kasam gulo na ta epe ide ye to buita we ko to talk at the gloma in the center to go at la lukuma talk we buita mu inde se buita to go to ja buita dredge town town that boto na to go na buita to go to da lukuma ko we ta dredge tai we gloma taw ye kama ye mi anu na we director na against the Broadcasting Corporation Nyapu Josephine Kamara Ogwana piana ke watina ya tagijima ogwana tan da botomala lokoma talk free yenu bonwe ta butai bo ani da ka pe to botela lokoma ta pelo na ta gia wijile na Ministry of Information wiki gbele o ta fo ya la na we ta ta butai po to ye makoti ye peti ye ngelu kisi atiama Tadela sia huavi ya hindesi ala malukuma etao ya jihe ga wigi jitama ya hinda botomana ya nawe nugasia nawe nubi station dita nupeloba inu yakuyamba nupeloba ko hindesi atugutela lukuma vipanda ko gigi guye vipanda ko Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation ta uguja ho vipanda sia mango yemo ta ye nugama Bondesia na me have you can I say na ma gbe ma de pedu gbe ma gila SLBC TV nyame agofo e ma afita ta we e pelo na ave yogo misia na we sa we to go na millennium change ta your property data to go na ta to ma we ta wo ma ta to go ta da ko ma pana ta director general de Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation go na we e pia kologo indese ma ki hi abugijima say indese ya di ma we panda Tao hidesi ala malukuma Bonesia na me have ego misia de kanya go fo ba be ya be me amitina kama ha be bo jumi tamaki amalo nyanga ve mawe ki amalo
Iko ika gbansen no gbafo akera kake akero muno Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation Television demenen aluseni alnami sisinga Kakli ka atara atis bade en parlement en shit matm etowangani en proben kuka ati yit ashika nekter atila 1 millennium challenge compact tuku kane ati yidoku ka en pangatengani Loko katso okrobon ka do Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation maspecton stela SLBC wa kono so opo bika ko fa ke ko finan ko pa kabi kono opashi akamato kati awa mapan ami mayo di impantma maybe ma fino amakaso iso wanki to no ne we ma di yo metka onkonko bi ngatenga ma akamato kati ka ngatanga tatonka ata atiswale Kakli kabeka an shit matmoto imo en parlementi o wangani an pou bendi yet kuka ati an nekter abutatan salata ko kaneti ka ametami an nekter atila Millennium Challenge Compact ngani ani ako bekan kuka mashikane me isu kutoko tonka onto fosu yi onto for United States of America Doko ka kakli panga kalani doko ka ebu tisate yengi Nye kala nye pi anyi moloma 1 million dola teme tanle tegba tanle yi ankalanga tienyi yiluku ka ebutise mayo yi okapo yi ka nkota panga ka kemka ebutisa ankala yi mo ame fatama di banguangi kono kobeka epayati kokoso bashi ambai ke nye abutka ebutisa te ni mapri okashi di alana yi moloma elana yale ka klibu ka teteka epayati doko kati so kakaso klika ati ayo abutiska panga tipiti taiti ketantiska panga kalangi abutanga mapante mangi wa mibe di so kakaso tla tfofati tfina kuka egba periati ka anshitati matimo eto yangi wa ngani akaso bentie uno ni anto yi oifatu okapo ka katelmanto yi ano ulalom ka anshitati ngi kankangani anti klika kaso sorry ati ITQ kama shikane ma tsumi mi bet ka klika bi kampanga komuta antof kala ke ka ankuta ka kli apaya talent anto yi machine kama ni yi okomi o ngani ampo yo mapantman amebi ka masase ka klika bi ka aint ayi ma chepi o ngani ayo ka ayun kulinga du moyamba ka kli mapant ami ayi ka yo mani owa mi so takababu ka so botbu mo finon ka atalantalan mapali anan kapa atanti ma yinti etagbashi agbapani opoli de komi kama kuka masompa malo mami mchicho na anto yi anfifani mchicho na atene kababu ka mafinon yi ka anto okande atila faya sonu boema sovula bikangale ka antofo kamanje kono so kaka so telma kapa anakna amason pa ame abaka angba pngatengi mapri angba tingatanga tete gbogbo eyint achepe anganyi tete botum so pa me mo poli de komka angba pngatengi okapo wori ka kemka butia talentala anto imagine kama ne yoko mimo jiwo abdullah yangi kono so konga tangata ka so bika fof pa anakma pantame ngama yo mi bimo mi ala wama de kan ka aya mani nga green ke ba dibe tsaka kama ka so ben pari antof dopi egba piate ni eyintela idi ke angba tingati mapula ko kese intiati yedi soi oyo inganya ka so yo mapant matemi ko ka so telma obaksi kapa kama pipi beng ka klifino on tina kapa antofi wa yapu yo buyen egba pegbati yo anfuma tete gbogbo eyinti achepia ngani atsubo tum so pa mi mboli ko mi ngom yo ngani ma yo mapant momi kakle kabe ka Sierra Leone Standard Bureau anto yi ayima kwene mbotsi pimanga ani ampo yantine engi odo ambotsi papia salata kakle kabe ka etuntra inga ma anto yi mapant mama finaminga ani mayo aluka nga kina ki nibe tsaka so kli kama tsipino tsibeli ka mabempa mi ma anto yi mapant molo mayo si kuka katsangane moputo mi ma u kane mweni Kafrika atinga mayo tangi ambe tsaka tanga kama fumata mapant ami nga mayo ika ontofoson fada Sierra Standard Bureau ambe tsaka sobabu ka mapant mafino ni ami mayo si okubompi autoriska do Sierra Leone Standard Bureau mo Dr. John Kaisama ni kotalma kapao ondukanga kinaki nibe tsaka klibu kama ka son kapa kama mafino kama mi ka ben pa ni mayo ma tsai mu fu anto yi ma tsai mo lo mi tin bet kama tsai fino tsibiri ka mapant matema ko so gbent so kapa ani ka tafiba anto yi sa anto ni atenga mayo tangi tibet kaba kabutso foso anto yi mufino kama bempa anto yi matayit ami mayo sio samangi dibe ko matanga takabika ko fof aki ko fino ni kakle gabi ka okubumka do Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation agbakatila SLBC yayu Josephine Kamarani bimo hotel mark pa kabi ogbashi akamato kate kanyi mwenye akamato kati antiam pantami mafino nye duku kati koka so telma sok pai nyi awanki to unoni ko fo ki hotel maki kaka ki kanko ta kasak aterai amitna manchitio akalu kale kadu kampi koka so telma sok pa mo pobika muyami kemekin ka akamato kate kanyi o ate kono mo klene tku ka afom anto ftati ngoyi kono imo yom pant mo mai ko ka so telma sok pai an kama to kati ko wanki to no ni piemo go ki abotki go ta fma longo an ito no ni kofof kata ke ko ka so bi ka di sok pa kamo soi aka so ba so mashik ame ai ka ko yo anto ka ko so to soi ame smofu ame apu bari o amami mi be pant ma me ma fino ni do ko ka so iso ka ko so ko ne so ka ko so bon to ne so yi tara tolo me tibet kan ke kama tait fino tsagbali kadimo ka ata atis vale en parlementi ni ampo band ati yet abutaton salata ko kaneti campagne an terna ati la Millennium Challenge compact ngani ko katsoy ok bom kado Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation ni kono so opo telma pa o nan akama to kate kan o ko wan kito no ni tati o ngani ampo bo yom pantami fino ni na ngida akira katane aluseni almami sise ipato pakasadi
Maselma kata soma itaga sabisi Agnes du batrena bina sistema selma mamba krago inti bina tipeta pagdenta vende kagi bi parliamenti binde mega ba tio banka gi bana hulu baba dukuno banka kwegen ko kumba baka to kwegen ko ka ko toyi awa baya ha duni palo e pantina de masiri mando ga SLBC mon Josephine Kamara de na tepe ba doma na kabina dukuno de huya hang ba dudu ande ni wali ba alu ba kutano na omo makute mayoyi mama kenama beni mama beni bahena beki kende kage dongo e bempo na kuya de tamasirima ukunte ya Agnes du Batsuri bi parliamenti binde forma binde meyandi gata bante bana holuba ba dukuno bang kwegen kuga bi America awana holuba mbamba na holube na baga $1 million keme son katati konto keme kana konto son katati na holuba mbamba binde meyandi kana minister onete beni baga kobri be maka kwegeko Ahmed Fantama di Bangua na ndeto kunang ka ufenko ga State House ba mawali ma bineni kede kanona dongo binde tabante ba de takale ba bokya kobri omba kana binde tisarani o ma binde meande ba doma na oluba mbamba na bidukuno be ngaye ga madenke madome binde bana NCC Compact and Project Wandom pisera tabante ba algo non ba de kapa no na kwege ko kai ga kotroy o bine forma bi ene prentende ga makutane mama bine me ande ga tabante ba domina bi gonko ba mase ba algo no na kwege ko kai ga kotroy o yemi togoy ba pokoyo helen bia bi he na bi de kitomba be forma bine bi ga sia unte ha odo me bine ko fruto na opposition mine forma bine bina se gatabante e me ande bana olu mama mamba dukuno akwege kokomba latala onete bene mbaga madonge mao mbago tikipu taine go katikipia akwege kokomba minde dete kage gasia utati ha baka gantuanga e ka ofenko ga moyamba awa umba ukoite bindong ba maseba pa mama donge ma na meni ma tebene tuma ba umuma ga kwege kokomba ngai ngamba ngabine ke gantuanga ngegoni mo wali mamandi ba kata kwege ko ka kotoy umba muna bion binde sa dukuno go ba hal go ba uni aba na ngai ngamba ngegompa kwege ko ngele duku hotline ruwa ubiani wali kabeni ba hena o te upunke nego kanda faya sundufu brema suvula binao ka ufenko kama je bompio benana ndende ponko e badoma na petema no imbinde ga kwege kukomba petemba ga tipu tane ukatipia repetengo tseba tanke binde ga tie utikere na bebe na basisi nambara ga kwege minister omba benimba ga madongi ma imba utikipu tane go tikipia gewo Abdullahi unde de na tepe badoma na umba usiso na unkoendega nina oga 2020 kana sisi binde made kima bena na baka gantua ngai ngamba ba maseba non na kwegen ko na umpamu inga ngabu ngabinde ke gantua nga no goele masi baka ta kwegen ko ka kotogoi Pokpang udo mebina na Sierra Standards Bureau po amba mebina sera tabante embia bihena basi mo malogo mado mebina mana World Standards Day malogo mama malogo mena ma bidega deti simo ni nayo ni na bade takage kanom kuimu bina sisi kwege ko mu bide ni mu manona mu ni e ba bia bemba pa ma bia be kwege ko komba kanina amba midetebe bada mana bide ba hanu de takelenta bine ni wali muni dunia ba foma ba kaga kotoi ka kwege ku salo odo me bina na Sierra Standards Bureau binde bine tebe bada mana bi ko kai ba algo ba no na tai mataga bia pamo e ka kotoi mo wali mayo hoi wonte ode na baya omba odo me bina na Sierra Standards Bureau Dr. John Kaisam unde de na tepe ba doma na kanina amba na bigon tute tuma ba algo no beni ba de ketibinde foma ba ne na bide kuti ebeni ba bena na niyo de tangeni gende ba doma na uko itebine na bebe na ba mase ba ka hinwa pia metiga kwegen kokomba upito koto kene me na bide ongi hoi i kwegen kokomba na gun kaiga koto hoi baya ka SLBC Mon Josephine Kamara de tengini badoma nagabi na dukununde makwema owa de mintomo wali mayo de hele makotene badoma ne kuteguti mako benana ko gaperi na de tengo ta kenama ba o muma ba noi mayo ima banya mawali makena ma ka SLBC dumini karando awa Mon Kamara ke ga ko tsoe ba tengino ba tala ne tebeni imbaga maseri maka ubindega bohiu makutani mabindega bohi mawigi man ba tenginwe kwege konka kempudo kage ba no na binde nie wali de tepe ba doma na mande ni keme hante ma mayo ma boinde ma na tao kena mande na ba kutano na pia biga kwege kuga salon kwa preso omba na ndeni muna umoma ina umoma ihe masiba onde awa hunde tepe ba doma petemba te ende de kitogo ba doma na bebante ende bati monde de denki de na tembi ti monde banie wali haletu nande kinkanie wali na tembi membamba na gutiki piole ntonda banyo kwege kukomba nkadumi pale patsine maseri mando awande du ele kania basi samade ki mangama mami ni wali dumi pale patsine maseri mando tena pe maseri man karbele ka ke gombe na tsepeta kwege ntagende kali bi parliamenti bine mayande ba no na uluba bide ba tukuno banka kwegen kokomba ba udo me bine na Millennium Challenge Compact and Program Implementation Agreement onto de maboina de mena ma yugo bile ba algo no na kwegen kokomba kaiga koto e ba hu na bio na uluba bene na bemba dukuno ba ya hao oga SLBC de tepe ba doma na uye ni umandi ba tepe bia be kapadaga bina dukunonde makwema de peli na de tenko ta kene mabani awali ba halgo no na bia be kutema yogo nante duni pale fantina de maseri mando tena pe maserima ka SLBC ga tasumi ta yanda agne suba ture yakonda bena pe handondo imempe algo mi inga gaeri
How do and cabo to the use, but first, the main story them. Parliament don't agree for one word when the Millennium Challenge Compact and a program one word and puts together. And the Director General for Salon Broadcasting Corporation SLBC don't talk tranga one say SLBC go continue for work like they work so that all man go no say the work is free, is fair, and all man go able for enjoy SLBC as public broadcaster for make all man no say na so e be. Wait here, I tell you so. Plus other one and self one no hint on about it. All line up na the Houston Crew with me, Raymond Fox. Parliament don't come together all together. Don't agree for one word. That one word there now for the Millennium Challenge Compact and Program implementation. When that one word don't put now between the Republic of Salon and the United States of America. That $480 million couple for benefit Salone be make when the minister for couple business Ahmed Fantamadi Bangura been crying na parliament, all the members in the House of Parliament been grief for him. After way they don't debate that document day for over 4 hours. That debate day na parliament be making out they don't grieve for the MCC compact and project when for put together, and that self go making out all the one day na the different party they within a parliament we don't agree for them. All we tell waiting they be talking at parliament, not be make the deputy minister, so we so not make the other member of parliament, they not for talk. All waiting they want for talk, but that document they and self waiting they be government plan the way manner way light business go better for Salone people they also defend themselves in the country. The Ministry for Environment and Climate Change done the number 3 parts. Now that project to them been put together for plant berebe tick them na Moyamba district. That project they carry on now one way go making out with they put so anytime the climate change. Then thing they wake happy na the country more like Moyamba district you know go be. For plant tick na any south una day it go make that breeze where they call carbon dioxide where motorman can they give nine the tick they want and save the oxygen. Where motorman abupan and the plants they own and then they give the motorman they make now once they don't plant stick now we start the tick then they boku rain water no go run over and run the water and they run the dirty then come out. Paramount Chief Fire Sondofu Brema Sovula the fourth na Kamaje Chief the Obmot say the way man out then they cut stick na big wala for them people they wait up inside in community. The Minister for Environment and Climate Change Jiwo Abdullahi Imi make and clear say that project the way they don't pull na do way back then 10 and day 2020 say that giving day now for make them side the way they don't cut tick, they don't go plant tick back better go for the people then. If you say we talk again say the way man away some people then are different parts to defend themselves they cut tick na different parts of about the country. This making now this project now they can make people they can blow down now suffer one say waiting to be the be you know go be so again. The Salone Standards Bureau and the ambassador don't come together. I remember this year World Standards Day, where the main talk for this year, you know, World Standards Day na achieving industry innovation and infrastructure through artificial intelligence. All of that and all that they together for come together for better the one world. The deal with them in put together them in series so we on with message they with them pick sense from for no all waiting Salone Standards Bureau they do. For see say all waiting they make in the country, waiting the kind of the country is safe for push life go before for all man of the country. The executive director for Salone Standards Bureau, Dr. John Kaisama Robmot say the main talk for this year you know day now we then turn attention for make all waiting they inside a big plan when the sustainable development goal 9 if for all water for make that and that they pan business for better the country all for last so to go. Robmot again so the international standard them is saying one big two them puts together for make all waiting they put together reach the kind of way supposed for be so that all two go get for be the kind of standard way for develop people them and even inside the tap in the country. And the Director General for the Salone Broadcasting Corporation, Josephine Kamara, don't talk say from where he take up office as DG for SLBC. Say SLBC don't make now Salone people then they enjoy waiting the kind of fair way free one and for making now people that know say now SLBC now they operate as public broadcaster we making all man so defend themselves will continue for enjoy what SLBC they do for them. Madam Josephine Kamara been talk all this joy the tell way been go. Now the Ministry for Information and Civic Education they every week press before we can be in a free town. Robmot again say in very first 100 day plan na SLBC na for turn attention for make Salone people them will know say SLBC will continue work for be public broadcaster and not to state broadcaster and people them for they enjoy them as the country in broadcaster. Robmot again so in strategic communication plan they carry on now one SLBC as he say they get other plan them for join on with other workplace them for make SLBC continue for doing in work for make all man know say koju SLBC na public broadcaster for better the nation. For don't the use I remember on the main story they want them on I be make you know say Parliament don't agree for one word when at the Millennium Challenge Compact and Program implementation whether one word they now for between Salone and America. Abisewe so make no say the Director General for Salone Broadcasting Corporation don't talk track and one say SLBC go continue for doing work for better all man of the country, and the work go be free, go fair, and all man gonna say SLBC na public broadcaster and not for state broadcaster work no more than do na the country. Now the Houston so from SLBC television with me, Raymond Fox.
Set up a powerful light. Milton says this area of the border is a hot zone for trafficking drugs and people. What are these lights for, Jon?
This is lights from the US side of the border to show people, so you can see clearly if someone's crossing, if someone climbs over the fence or tries to drill a hole and run into the United States, then people can see it easily. You've got lights showing, so you can't hide under cover of darkness.
The point that you said before, this is the way the U.S. government shows its power to, because it used to be a very quiet city. You remember, it used to be one city. It was a brotherhood.
Jon spots a group of men on our side of the border. They're watching us. They don't look friendly. We're careful not to point the camera in their direction.
So what we came across here, and there's a bunch of vehicles, two big trucks, one car, right behind where the camera is. And some guys looked like they were trying to check out getting over the fence. They looked like they might have some merchandise, meaning drugs, in the cars. And as we stopped here, one of the guys wandered past, checking us out, seeing who we are. So they're probably just, okay, see we can probably recognize we're journalists,
Yep.
See we're talking into a camera. You know, this varies in different parts of the border, how they're going to react to you. In Nogales, it's more of a chilled area. They're less likely to be violent right away. Some other parts of Mexico, they could be more aggressive, a lot faster.
Milton is a classic example of what journalists call a fixer. He was born and raised here. He's a reporter for a Mexican magazine. His other job is making life easier and safer for people like Jon Grillo and me. Here, he advises on what to do as we're being watched.
In the sicarios time, they don't respect anything.
What's fascinating to me and alarming to me is that everybody here, every Mexican here understands what's happening when three big vehicles like this pull up next to the fence, and everybody knows that all this is going on. You know, the drug trafficking, the jumping over the wall, the danger that exists from these dark forces, and they live with it every day. And it seems to be inescapable in some places of the country.
Well,
Is that a stretch?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I mean, you've got the force of an industry, the pull of money. So, you know, why are those guys a few meters from us right now? Why they're there? They're doing their job. Mm-hmm. Now, their job is trafficking drugs. But this, our economic forces, there's economic forces behind this.
Sure.
So, the White House carries out a survey every year, or a report every year called What Americans Spend on Illegal Drugs. Mm-hmm. And that report estimates that Americans spend $100 billion every year on marijuana, heroin, cocaine, and crystal meth. So when you have $100 billion of money, and a product on this side of the fence is worth so much, and just by going onto this side of the fence, that product increases in value massively. I mean, think about kilo of cocaine. Okay, kilo of cocaine in Colombia, they buy it for about $2,000. When they get it over on this side, it's worth about $30,000 for that kilo. So you're talking about, for every dollar you invest, you get $15 back. You know, it's a better business than most people are in. So that's the force of money. So now we left there, let's see what the guys are doing. They back out the trucks, they're still in the trucks.
Yeah, I think you may want to keep the camera down when we go by. Further down this street, Jon explores this abandoned house, apparently used as a safe house by smugglers of drugs and human beings.
So,
What is this, Jon?
so this is a house which has been seized by the Federal Attorney General's Office of Mexico.
Why?
And they seized this house, and this was a house which was seized because there was a tunnel going from this house under the border into the United States.
That's the United States right there.
That's the United States right there. So this is just a crossing, an urban crossing.
Grillo has written 2 highly acclaimed books on drug trafficking. Back in England, 4 of his friends died from drug use. So for him, this story is personal. And maybe that's why his work is so powerful.
In this case, it seems to be cleaned out pretty well.
He wasn't always a freelancer. He actually worked for a while for a global news service in Mexico, but he felt constrained. He wanted to cover the country his way, so he went back to freelancing.
You see a big house.
Deported from the United States back to Mexico for reasons he didn't specify. This young man said he makes more in 1 day of labor in the United States than he does in 1 week in Mexico. That's his wife on the other side of the fence in the U.S. state of Arizona. We followed Grillo to a shelter for migrants, mostly from Mexico, Central America, and the Caribbean. They were either on their way into the United States or were recently deported from the United States. Patrick Tombola is what many young freelancers aspire to be. A successful photo and video documentarian, he specializes in Latin America, the Middle East, and Europe. He's taken assignments from major newspapers and magazines around the world, sometimes at great personal risk.
And then just all of a sudden they just heard bam, 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 bam. And he got two of the back on his back that killed him. And then even after he was lying down bleeding, the guy...
We crisscrossed the city gathering information. And with Milton's help, we interviewed the mayor of Nogales. Then we headed back to the hotel.
I appreciate it.
Megan Dhaliwal and Dominic Bracco embody the new breed of freelance foreign correspondent, perhaps more than any others I met on this trip to Mexico. They are bound together in part by their sense of independence and entrepreneurship. They are free spirits. She's worked as a Mexico City-based photojournalist for 2 years. He's been here for 7. Dominic found his place as a photojournalist in Mexico's northern city of Juarez, where the drug war raged and where thousands were killed. I've covered conflict on and off since 1979, and I've seen some hard things, but even I found some of his work tough to look at. I first met Dominic during his presentation at the Pulitzer Center on Crisis Reporting in Washington, D.C. Megan used to work here, and Dominic has won grant money here. The Pulitzer Center is one of the nonprofits supporting freelancers overseas. Megan and Dominic personify the idealistic freelancers of today who have chosen lifestyles of purpose and meaning despite hardship and risk. This is a pretty tenuous, a lot of people would think that being freelancers anywhere in the world is a tenuous existence. A lot of people just couldn't do this. They need, a 9 to 5, they need a steady paycheck every month or every 2 weeks. Yeah. How do you negotiate that? Is that an important consideration for you guys?
So both of us grew up in households where our parents worked for themselves, which I think is interesting because I never wanted to work for someone, really. I was raised with that mindset. I think Megan's the same way.
Dominic was raised in South Texas, where his father owns a construction company. Megan's from New Jersey. Her mother is a commercial interior designer.
It's difficult. There's a lot of competition, there's a lot of great people, and you have to be better and smarter to survive. And so I think as hard as you would have to work to maintain that, in my mind, it's nice that like you're doing it for yourself every day. To make it in this career, you have to work your ass off, and we work really, really hard.
How do you negotiate that? And you're separated. Often, sometimes, whatever. And so you have to go out alone. How do you as a couple, how does it work?
We've never known anything else. Our whole relationship has been that. Our whole relationship, actually, the coolest thing is now we live together. So we get to come home to the same place, which we work really hard to make happy and safe and peaceful and have things that we both love in it. And so I think we've just always been used to it. And you just sort of develop a way of communicating with each other. Would you say that's right? When you're apart, that's the beautiful thing about dating a photographer is they understand when I'm cannot talk right now, but I'm fine and I'm safe and it's fine, but I can't talk to you right now. We're in the middle of something, but I love you and I'll talk to you tonight when I get back to the hotel.
Yeah, I think we give each other the space to check out when we're gone. And then when you're here, you're kind of expected to be here.
Kind of.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a constant balance, though. It's nothing perfect.
It's not easy.
No, it's not easy.
Can you talk about that a little bit? What do you give up and what do you get in return?
I think you give up stability. Being a freelancer, you have this really flexible life, but you also have this life that can change really fast. And I think the word my family suffers is the wrong way to put that, but I think my family misses me, and I know I miss my family a lot.
The instability kind of bothers you a bit, but not enough to stop doing this.
Not enough to stop. And they're proud of me, and I'm really proud of myself, and I think it's worth it. And they're super supportive. My 87-year-old grandmother is you go, girl, so.
It's a demanding job because there is no stability, right? The only stability that her and I have is each other.
What do you get in return for this instability?
You get
the world?
No, you get total freedom. At the same time, it depends on where you are in your career, right? So you go through different stages as a freelancer. There's moments, like any business, where things are going really well, and then with that comes a certain amount of stability. You know, if you have a good base of savings, then you have the ability to take control of your agenda, you know? And that's why living cheaply is so important, you know? I think if you're you know, keeping your overhead low, then that gives you the ability to save cash for moments when, you know, you do want to spend time with your family, or you do need to go on a vacation, or you do get sick, because that's the other thing is you get sick and you got to work, you know.
When I saw this note on the refrigerator door, something resonated deep inside me. Perhaps because I've been through this test of fire, the challenges of living abroad, away from family, under constant stress. It says, "I love you to the moon and back down to the bottom of the sea. I had the best month with you. I feel so lucky. Thank you for being the kind, generous soul you are. I know things are hard right now. I promise they will get better. I will be here to support you always. Have a great trip. See you on the 23rd. I love you." I don't know, you know, of all the interviews that we've done, I think this one has moved me the most. And I think it's because it reminds me so much of, I recognize so much stuff there, you know, that I have gone through when I first came here. You know, the excitement of all the possibilities in the future. I guess the tenuous nature of what so many freelancers are doing, and you know, the hope that they, you know, that Dominic and Megan inspire, you know, and you just wish that everything turns out right for them. Friday afternoon traffic. Oh. Ooh, that was close. And that's how David Agron's story began. He's a freelance foreign correspondent who sells his work mostly to USA Today, The Washington Post, and The Guardian. So where are we now?
We're in Tultepec, or at least on the road to Tultepec, which is a city to the north of Mexico City, and it's known for fireworks. People here make fireworks, sell fireworks. People come here to buy fireworks. And every so often the town goes boom. Today is the end of the National Pyrotechnics Fair. So we're going to witness the last day, which should include what they call musical fireworks. So tonight what they're gonna do is they figure, because the big industry in town is fireworks and these people are not gonna stop making fireworks or selling fireworks, they figure the best way to honor the dead is with, well, more fireworks, by shooting off 50 kilograms of fireworks. So it should be a show.
The explosions and fire killed and wounded dozens of people. So 3 months after the tragedy, I accompanied David to follow up on the story. So you're doing this story about this town where just a few months ago, the fireworks exploded and killed how many people?
42.
Okay, but what for your readers, which is why I was asking you who your readers are.
Right.
Why is this important to them? What does it say? What are you getting at here, aside from, you know, the aftermath of the tragedy?
Well, it just seems like after the events, everyone's sort of sad for a little, but then just life goes on. There's something very interesting about about Mexico in that sense. So I think I'm capturing that sense of Mexican. I would say in some ways resilience, in some ways stubbornness.
That's the story, isn't it?
But also, I mean, that's sort of the positive. That's the positive way to describe it. I don't know if from the more negative, you would also say that this is an activity that perhaps has been carried on a little too loosey-goosey for too long.
This is pretty incredible. I mean, this is a big goddamn operation that's going on.
Yeah. It's bigger than I thought.
Spook house.
As David and I toured this kaleidoscope of Mexico, I had to think hard about the lack of regulation and the acceptance of these deaths as just another fact of life. But I was reminded once again of the wonder of our craft, our ticket to participate in the global conversation. It's the thrill and the gratification of this experience that has kept me active in the field for so long. And here's one of the downsides of journalism. You eat what you can, when and where you can. Here, it's churros, fried bread dough smothered in sugar. Born in Canada, David first visited Mexico as an exchange student. He returned years later to take a job as a reporter.
The big thing is just find reactions to the fact that this market blew up, that this town suffered a horrible tragedy, and the way they're going to respond to that tragedy is to ignite more fireworks.
He's an observer of the human condition and goes about his work much like an anthropologist.
I just want to know what people are thinking. Why this? Would they ever have considered changing things, changing their practices, abandoning the business? That's what I'd like to know.
After years of freelancing in Mexico, David says returning to Canada would be boring. You can see why.
What's the story behind this?
This is one of those ones, you know, I was telling you about when you see it and you just go for it.
Yeah.
And I didn't think twice. This is in Garibaldi. The
Garibaldi Square, yeah.
Where the mariachis hang out.
Yeah.
I got close to him, and there's that balance that you want to get the photo, but at the same time, not necessarily intrude. There's something going on there that speaks to, you know, how people relate to the environment, how they deal with elements, how they deal with things that they have in their hands, all that.
At the end of the day, he's probably happy you made the photograph.
I would like to think so.
Yeah, yeah. It's one of the things that keeps us doing what we do, isn't it?
Exactly. So.
You have to feel some sense of a mission, and what we're doing is important.
Keith Dannemiller is emblematic of the change affecting freelancers. He's lived in Mexico since 1987. Once covering breaking news for major newspapers and magazines, Keith now makes his living largely by shooting for nonprofits, documenting street life in Mexico City, and conducting photo workshops and guided tours.
When you first came here, I mean, the journalism situation was very, very different, I think. At least that's part of the premise of this whole endeavor of mine about freelancers. You came down as a freelancer, I came to the region as a freelancer. There were dozens, if not scores, of journalists here from different countries. Once the conflict began in Central America, there were hundreds of journalists, many of them freelancers, and you know, real bureaus all through the region. Can you talk about the difference between then and now, what that all looks like now?
The difference between then and now, I mean, I don't know. I couldn't count how many different newspapers and magazines, but it was, sort of obviously the big magazines, the big newspapers, second level, third level, newspapers that had offices here.
Yeah.
So there were a lot of people to make contact with. There was a lot of possibilities here to do freelance work at that point. Today, hoy en día, forget it. So that situation vis-a-vis correspondence and fixed offices and relationship to the home office has changed drastically.
How do people get news now out of Mexico? Where does it come from?
There are possibilities, and yes, obviously the New York Times, the Washington Post still need photos, and there are people that can do things, but the sheer number of possible points of contact and work has dropped drastically.
You don't really do a lot of kind of the news assignments anymore.
No.
Can you talk about what you do now? I mean, you're still a photographer.
I'm still a photographer. That continues to today, 30 years later. I'm still photographing here on the streets in the center of Mexico City. I've had exhibitions over the years. It's a documentary project. I mean, it's I'm still, that's what I learned, that's how I photograph, that's how I still photograph. I look at it as documenting a certain space and time here in Mexico City. I mean, I still have, an assignment here, an assignment there. I still pitch things, to try and interest people in stories. A lot of times it has to do with Guerrero. A lot of times it has to do with violence. A lot of times it has to do with displaced people. But the response, once again, being honest, the response to those kind of stories is just not what it used to be.
Just months after this conversation, a powerful earthquake rocked Mexico City, killing hundreds, and the response was overwhelming. For weeks following the quake, Keith was swamped with assignments documenting the tremor's aftermath. Neither Keith nor any member of his immediate family was injured during the earthquake, but his apartment building was badly damaged. He and his wife refused to return, believing the building to be unsafe. Another of my colleagues was not so lucky. I knew Wesley Boxey back in the 1980s when we both covered the conflicts raging across Central America. Like me, he once was a freelance photojournalist. Wesley was badly injured in the quake. His wife was killed. This is a compromise that all foreign correspondents, not just freelancers, live with every day. In their quest for truth, they face unforeseen circumstances of living in countries that pose risks that we seldom have to consider. It's my last day in Nogales with Yon Grillo. We sit down to discuss what he's learned here before heading out one more time to the border separating Mexico from the United States. What are the most important takeaways from this really widely spread reporting trip that we've witnessed you execute over the past couple of days?
Over the last few days of reporting, I've learned some things about the human smuggling and drug smuggling networks into the United States. I've been reporting on this border for 15 years, and I've seen some changes now than before. Before, you had some people would go over the border by themselves, and some people would go with human smugglers known as coyotes or polleros. Now, from this reporting, people are saying that you cannot cross the border without paying a coyote. People say now, if you try and go near the wall, the desert, any place right now, and you haven't paid, people are gonna beat the hell out of you or kill you for not paying for their services. So they really now have tightened that up. And all of these coyotes Now, there used to be some coyotes who were like independent kind of workers. Gradually, the cartels got more and more involved, and now all of them are working for the cartels. So any migrant has to pay a coyote, any coyote has to pay a cartel. And the money, the cost that the coyotes are charging has increased a lot. A few years ago, I was up here reporting, and it was like $2,000 that people would pay a coyote to go to the United States. Now it's $4,500.
It seems to me that this is a profound, dramatic change in how things operate on the border, not just in terms of how the cartels work in this region, but also in the sense that it represents to me a greater vacuum of power exerted by the state. Am I wrong about this, or does that sound correct?
This is part of a wider problem in Mexico of the cartels taking over so many aspects of life in Mexico. They're not just drug traffickers. These are criminal organizations moving into a whole bunch of realms. So here, the human smuggling industry, the migrant industry, is now controlled by cartels. But also they control political power in many local levels. So that you see cities and towns in Mexico where the mayors have to pay 10% of their budget to the cartel. Not the other way around.
It's midday in Freetown. Good afternoon and welcome to the podium. Our quote for today comes from German physicist Albert Einstein, and it says, "Life is like riding a bicycle. To keep your balance, you must keep moving." Coming up in this edition of the podium, Freetown City Council concludes feasibility studies for a cable car system in the city. Sierra Leone joins the world to commemorate International White Cane Day on the theme "My White Cane, My Right." And Education Ministries conclude midterm review of education sector plan. All these and more coming up in this edition of the podium. Be part of the program. Send your messages to 030-073-719. The program is the podium, and my name is Daphne Zainab Kamara. Welcome to the podium. First on the podium this afternoon. Since 2004, the President of the United States and Congress declared October to be Cyber Security Awareness Month, a time dedicated for the public and private sectors to work together to raise awareness about the importance of cyber security. The National Cyber Security Coordination Center, also known as NC3, was established by the National Cyber Security and Crime Act of 2021. NC3 is the cornerstone of safeguarding
the nation's digital infrastructure and protecting sensitive information. Well, for more on Cybersecurity Awareness Month, I have in the studio the Director, Ecosystem and Capacity Building, National Cybersecurity Coordination Center, Victor Acisse. Good afternoon, Victor. Welcome to the podium.
Good afternoon and good afternoon to listeners.
And now, before we go to the observation of the month, can you tell us more about this National NC3, for short, as you call it?
Okay, thank you very much. The National Cybersecurity Coordination Center, NC3 for short, is established by an Act of Parliament, that is through the Cybersecurity and Crime Act of 2021, and then we're mandated to look at all cybersecurity related issues in the country and make sure coordinate the affairs of cybersecurity with law enforcement and other relevant stakeholders. And the Act does not only create the NC3, but also created a very important body, which is the National Cybersecurity Advisory Council, which is chaired by the Honorable Vice President, Dr. Mohamed Julde Jallow, and it constitutes 14 other heads of ministries, departments, and agencies in that council to look at cybersecurity from a national lens and advise as how to address cybersecurity-related issues. They give strategic leadership as far as cybersecurity is concerned. And now NC3 is on the operational side, making sure that we coordinate, build capacity, and make sure we have incident response whenever there are issues at a national level. We build capacity of law enforcement, we build capacity of different sector players. Of course, recently we just concluded the MDA training, wherein we trained over 33 ministries in the country on cybersecurity related issues, because they are dealing with sensitive government data. They need to have the know-how as to how to, first of all, safeguard themselves, safeguard the data that they are dealing with, and by extension, safeguarding the country's data. And prior to that, we've been doing public lectures in the universities. We've been doing school outreach programs. And of course, we have one of our flagship programs that we've been running, that is a cybersecurity hour on the radio stations, wherein we create awareness and sensitize the public as to what are some of the do's and don'ts, because we believe that an enlightened nation is a nation that can better respond to cybersecurity. And given the landscape, we all know that cybersecurity is no one man's fight. It's no one institution can win the fight. No one nation can win that fight. So hence the reason why we feel like collaboration is very, very important. International and national, MD, intra-MD, and even within the institution, we need to be that serious collaboration wherein there are incident response and mechanisms within the institution. When something goes wrong, how do you escalate? Who to go to, and how long do you wait before you take it to the next level, and how do you escalate that onto a national level, and what are some of the backup strategies? What do we have in place? All of that is being looked into, and then we have the Directorate of Resilience, which actually respond to any of these incidents once the complaints are actually made known and the escalation process reaches NC3. Then that response team will always kick in and then make sure all the organs of government work together to make sure that they bring a very fast solution or workaround to that particular problem.
Okay, so let's talk about what the law says about cybercrime.
Yes. Well, the law before 2021, trust me, there was no legal instrument to address the issues of cybersecurity, and we know that the past 10 years, internet penetration rate has been very, very high, and our way of lives have changed because of technology, and with artificial intelligence and robotics, all of that is now just continue to make our lives change even more dramatically. But then we have adversaries on the other side who are using technology to disrupt government operations. They are using technology for selfish gains, and then they are using the same technology to actually cause mayhem to institutions, individuals alike. So it was in 2021 government thought it fit that, look, let's put a legislation in place that will actually speak directly to these issues, because research has shown that 76% of all crimes are either cybersecurity related, or they are targeting the technology itself. So hence the reason why the act was actually, the bill was passed, and we now have the act. And we have over 40 to 50 different crimes clearly spelled out and the associated punishments within.
So can we talk about the crimes? What can one consider a cyber crime?
Let me break down the word cyber itself first. Cyber, when we talk about cyber, basically it's about the internet space. So cybercrime is any crime that you will commit using the technology, or a crime you perpetrate online. So if I, for instance, post information that will cause somebody to say even commit suicide, it is a crime. If I hold very pertinent information about your digital content and threaten to release that
like
content.
Like the most common one, the nudes.
Nudes, exactly.
Yeah, sex tapes.
Or sex tapes. And then force you to do something beyond your wish with the threat that if you don't do it, I'm going to release this content. It's cybercrime. That is sextortion. We have cyberbullying, for instance. Bullying, in our days when we were going to school, you have to be physically present and then you'll be bullied in school or wherever. But nowadays, so long as you are connected to the internet, you can be bullied. That is a crime, because it affects mental health. It has so many psychosocial impacts on the human life. So these are many more crimes. For instance, even defrauding a bank. Now, in a recent study we conducted, a skill workforce assessment study we conducted way back in February, we called different stakeholders and we were discussing what is our readiness as a nation. And it is very, very disturbing to know that we have institutions telling us that we don't have what it takes to actually defend ourselves. For instance, you find out that nowadays, 20 years ago, the police will be dealing with things like armed robbery and things of that nature. Nowadays, the armed robber sits in between the internet cable, and they will be robbing the bank without you seeing them. And what are you going to do if the capacity is not there to defend ourselves? Or nowadays, states can attack a state. We have state-sponsored cyber attacks. We saw what is happening in Hezbollah, Iran, Lebanon, and all of that. You go and buy pagers, you switch them when you want to use them, and they just explode. These are all examples of state-sponsored cyber attacks. There is an incident of one West African nation, wherein one of their politicians made a statement that doesn't sit well with one of the warring parties between Palestine and Israel. A week later, their energy sector was attacked. And you hold the money in your hands, you cannot buy top up, and the government sits on the other hand. They badly need the money, they cannot get the money simply because there is no handshake. The customer database was deleted. No explosions, no gunshots, no nothing, but it brings the entire institution to its knees. So cybercrime is very broad. Any crime that you commit out there using the internet or using the technology itself is considered a cybercrime.
Okay, so in your own center, let's talk about how effective the work you do has been in curtailing some of the crimes you mentioned.
Well, first
in Sierra Leone.
Yes, coming home, some of the work we've been doing, as I mentioned earlier, I've been building capacity of different sector players. Law enforcement, judiciary.
I want to know the effects.
Yes, I'm coming to the effects. Okay. Because of those interventions, now I'll tell you that if you take a cyber related issue to the police, they know how to catalog it. They know how to take it onto prosecution level and take it to court. And there are judges who have been trained to actually sit on such cases. 10 years before now, or before 2021, you go and you start talking about sextortion. They might know the English language, but then to go into the details, how to even handle forensic evidence or chain of custody. We have legal-minded people now who knows that the fact that you compromise the chain of custody, your evidence should not be admissible in court. So there is a positive impact within the society because of some of those interventions. And then there are a whole lot of other complaints coming in wherein I will not go into the details, but we've been responding to and making sure that there are remediations to fix some of those problems. We have a whole lot of those ones happening, and we sit behind making sure that all these other organs of government that are related to security, the security apparatus and cybersecurity, work together and work together effectively.
Now, does your institution have the capability to trace the perpetrators? Like locating IP addresses, when we know IP addresses, the mobile phone companies, when we know someone can just buy a SIM today and get rid of it tomorrow?
Anybody can buy a SIM today, get rid of it tomorrow, but trust me, within the telecoms, they have what they call the home location register that keeps a database of every SIM card tied to a name. You have the visitor location register that also is a temporary database that does exactly the same thing. It tells you which cell site is serving you at what particular moment. So the point here is you can be traced, so long as it's a digital
do you
device.
have the capability
Of course,
to do that?
yes, we do. And that's why when you have a stolen phone, you go to the CID, they go through due process and they have the clearance through the help of NATCA. The telecoms company under discussion will now give you such support and they'll be able to trace your phone. We've had so many cases wherein there are phone thefts and sometimes other expensive electronic gadgets have been stolen, like vehicles, electronic vehicles. They have tracers in there, and so long as you are getting coverage of that one, your location will be pinpointed using GPS technology, and the telcos have all of this, and we are working together to make sure this actually happens and happen fast.
Okay, well, continue to stay with us. He is the Director of Ecosystem and Capacity Building, National Cybersecurity Coordination Center, Victor A. Sise. We'll come back to you to talk about success cases and how you plan to observe this month. We're on the 15th. And now for another issue this afternoon, the Freetown City Council has concluded a feasibility study for a cable car system in the city. The study, funded by the C40 Cities Finance Facility, was conducted over a period of 24 months in collaboration with German International Cooperation GIZ and the Freetown City Council. The proposed cable car system aims to transform Freetown, improve the quality of life for citizens, and promote sustainable urban mobility. Well, in the studio, we have the Senior Project Advisor, Cable Car Project, Freetown City Council, Simon Johnson. Good afternoon, Simon. Welcome to the program.
Hey, good afternoon. Thanks for having me.
And now let's talk about what you looked at to ensure that this project comes to fruition, the studies.
Okay, we looked at several factors. There were several studies that make up the feasibility study. First of all, we looked at the technical studies that involved what we call traffic count, to see whether we'll have the number of people to make the cable car profitable. We looked at the engineering aspect, the topography, technical studies that involved what we call traffic count, to see whether we'll have the number of people to make the cable car profitable. We looked at the engineering aspect, the topography of Freetown, in terms of the hills and the flat plains, and in terms of the current infrastructure. By current infrastructure, I mean the roadwork, the networks, and the housing infrastructure in Freetown. We looked at that. We also looked at what we call equity and inclusion studies. That is how the lowest person could benefit from the cable car, how they could be included. So we did study of backup diesel generators at all the locations of the cable car, and we also have a direct link with the EDSA line, power line, not the normal distribution lines, but the direct links, you understand, from the power station directly to the cable car's sites that has minimum room for power failures.
Now, you mentioned about our limited interference to properties, meaning some parts of the city would be demolished to make space for what you want to do on the ground. Let's talk about how that will happen.
Okay, So far, if I could remember well, in terms of the studies, you have the cable car comprises of 5 stations and 24 towers. And of the 5 stations, most of them will be within government-owned properties.
Oh.
Yes, save for one station that might, for now, will fall within private property. But we have engaged the owners. We are in negotiations with the owners, and they have shown some willingness to have some stake in the property. You know, in terms of collaborating with the Freetown City Council to see how they themselves could benefit from the project in terms of their property. So there might be some joint arrangement with those property owners.
Now let's talk about the area, like Eastern Police, the areas the cable car will operate.
All right, the very first station, starting from the east, will be at Ferry Junction. Ferry Junction, that is by Peace Market, between Peace Market and SLRA compound. That's where the very first station will be, in the east, the furthest east. The next station will be, City Council has a works yard that is at the Hillside Bypass Road, where that traffic light is, where the Hillside Bypass Road meets Blackhall Road. City Council has a huge works yard there. So it's just for, if money is invested into it, there's profit. So there's profit for the project to pay for itself. And also we have engaged potential cable car manufacturing companies that have shown interest in the project, and some of them have shown indication of being able to source funding for half of what the current budget is for the project. The current budget is about $91 million, and there's a potential for us to have half of that money going towards the equipment of the project. So what remains is the other half that deals with the infrastructure of the project. So if all of that goes according to plan, for us to have the cable car up and running, we'll need 2 to 3 years for it to be up and running.
So how do you plan to raise the remaining funds?
Well, we plan, so far, that's why we've had engagement with government through the Ministry of Finance. We are currently engaging them. No finance comes to this country without the Ministry of Finance being involved. They are key players. They know how to get donors, development banks involved into such projects. And so in our engagement with them, they will be studying the documents. They will be providing further technical advice. And in the meantime, we are also engaging other donor partners. And that's why last week we even had the launch of the feasibility study, wherein we had ambassadors and their representatives present. And the following day we had an engagement with the Sierra Leone, with engineers and construction companies and firms, you know, so that they too could look at how they could benefit from the project and look at how they could engage their own partners to come and invest in the project.
Well, thank you so much for continuing to stay with us in the program. He is the Senior Project Advisor, Cable Car Project, Freetown City Council, Simon Johnson. Well, for another issue this afternoon, the Ministries of Technical and Higher Education and Basic and Senior Secondary Education have concluded a midterm review of the education sector plan. The document, which is geared towards guiding the education system in the country, was launched in 2022 and will end in 2026. The coordinator of Civil Rights Coalition, Alfonso Manley, participated in the review process, and he is my studio guest. Good afternoon, Alfonso. Welcome to the program.
Yeah, good afternoon. Thanks for having me.
And now let's talk about the review of the education sector plan. Let's talk first of all the existing plan. Let's know what is being reviewed.
Thank you very much. Let me put this into context. The education is a one sector, but because we want efficient service delivery, we have 2 ministries. One ministry dealing with the basic education, and the other ministry dealing with technical and higher education. The education sector plan is a product of the education sector analysis. So what's the education sector analysis? This is where the sector, we do post-mortem in the sector to know what is going right, what is not going right, how do we want to improve. So when this analysis is done, we will come up with a document called the education sector plan. It normally spans for 5 years. The current one we have now is 2022 to 2026. And the theme for this education sector plan is transforming learning for all, with 9 core objectives. Of course, the document itself has 6 chapters. So the education sector plan, 3 years, 4 years, they have taught some 5 years without spin code. Right. Now, when you are in school, you need what is called in-service training. Okay. How do you continue to give in-service training?
Qualification.
Yes, that's the pre-service.
Okay.
When you come in, you need that in-service training. How do you ensure you train teachers to teach? When you teach, you have a plan, the lesson notes, the lesson plan. How do you develop your scheme of work? How do you ensure the kind of pedagogy you use? This is the teaching method the pupils follow in terms of classroom management, differentiation. How do teachers manage all of these? Those skills you get during. So it's in-service training. Okay. So in terms of the free education project, there's a secretariat, that's a multi-donor trust fund. Majority of these issues I'm highlighting, they have 4 components in the ministry that align with these 9 core objective. They've been giving huge support to this, especially in the area of teachers training, in the issue of supporting the ministry, in the issue of system strengthening, policy development, like we used to have now. We have a policy for school approval. They supported that on the free education project. You have what you call the fee subsidy guideline, when you have been paid subsidy, how you should use this money. All of this, the catchment policy is being supported by the free education project. Now, we also have objective 7, eliminating all forms of corruption in education. This is huge. In the education sector analysis, it clearly identify corruption in the education system, including sex for grade, procurement processes, the extortions of parents, and this is huge. And combining this, the 9th objective is the use of data and technology. So let me just give a practical example how the ministry use this one to actually ensure we kind of minimize corruption in the sector. Before now, for WAS, before you attempt WAS, you must have passed the Becker examination. Schools are required to submit Becker results of their candidates. So before now, they submit it manually. The ministry will have to check results by result on manual basis. So in moving forward, use of data technology to eradicate corruption, the ministry is now using a software. Okay. So after Becker, WAEC we send the soft copy to the ministry. They have the master copy. Schools have theirs. When you send to the ministry, they will match them. Okay. In matching them, the ministry have discovered a huge discrepancy. For instance, a pupil who passed Becker with a particular index number or reference number, you will use that index number or reference number for about 50-60 pupils.
With the same name and
different name, but the same reference number, because that reference number has 5 core subjects, including English or maths. Okay. So that person passes the Becker. So you use that result for different name, the same index number. So as soon as the ministry match them, they will pick out all of them. So some schools we send 300. They ended up having 60. Because these are the candidates. There are some mismatch we have to do with names. They will say go back and correct them. So what we have done is stock taking. How far has the ministry implemented this 9 objective? Okay. Looking at the key performance indicator, you want to recruit teachers in 2023. Let's say you want to recruit 5,000. In 2024, 6,000. In 2025, how far have we gone in those recruitments? We mark them page by page, step by step. Because this is the very first education sector plan that was 100% done by Sierra Leonean. No international consultant came in for this education sector plan. And the team is so key transforming learning for all. And in transforming learning for all, it tells you that it's not only the principal or teachers or those in the Ministry of Education that have business in education. If you go to section 97 of the MBSSE Act, it tells you those stakeholders, including past pupils, civil society, parents. These are very key partners to ensure we improve learning outcome.
Okay,
the plan itself is costed. I just want to. The plan itself is costed, and this is very key. This education sector plan that spans from 2022 to 2026, we need to spend 10.6 trillion. This was done before the new currency. So if it's the new currency, it's 10.6 billion. In terms of dollar, it's $935.5 million on annual basis, which means yearly. The Ministry of Finance, using the new currency, should spend 1.1 billion. The old one is 1.1 trillion, and $194,000 on annual basis on education. In this review, we identify several gaps in terms of coordination, in terms of government meeting its own commitment, in terms of the conduct of teachers, in terms of the conduct of the staff of the ministry, because the fifth objective is strengthening governance, education governance. How do we ensure, yes, you do things on time, rightly, when principals fall foul, how do you punish them, all of these, so these are education governance issues. But looking at this plan, yes, we have done tremendously well in terms of access. Yes, but in terms of comprehensive safety, implementation of the radical inclusion, quality teaching and learning, there are huge gaps. Some of them, if you give me time, I will highlight them in this program.
Okay, just give me a few and then we want to take a
one of the major one. During exams, it is the private school in most cases that come first. Why is that so? If you are attending a private school, on the first day of school, you will be required to pay at least 50% of the fees, your school fees, because this is what is used to run the administration of the school. As I am talking to you, when the free quality education was introduced, part of the package of the free quality education is to abolish admission fee and tuition fee, and government to provide. Last academic year, third term fees, subsidies has not been paid.
Because we are aware of that.
First term. So what is the implication and the danger? It means that those teachers without PIN code have gone for 6 months without honorarium. Those staff that are called auxiliary staff, that are so important when it comes to the second guiding principle, comprehensive safety, that they learn an environment that is conducive and free from all form of abuse. That gets manda watch, manda cleaner. It means they have gone for 6 months without salary. That's the implication. Where do we get chalk? Where do we get report card? Where do we get register in schools? Learning and teaching material for the past 2 years have not been supplied in school. So we are suggesting, and this is very key.
Also, we'll come back to your suggestions after the break. But let me just round up with cyber security. Now let's talk about the effectiveness of your work as we observe the month.
Well, as we observe the month, what we are doing is it's a follow-up to the school's outreach program that we've been doing, but this time we flip the coin around to ask the students to actually come out and debate on cybersecurity related topics. Very interesting topics, 15 different topics, one for each day, and we started yesterday, and it's going to build up onto the 29th.
So how knowledgeable are they by what you saw
yesterday? If based on what we saw yesterday, we were very surprised and shocked. And these kids are not reading from textbooks. They are telling the lives that they are living. These are the Gen Z generation.
Yeah, exactly.
Because they are victims. They have been exploited online, and they have been drawn into areas that they never intended to go into. So when they are speaking to issues like online bullying, they will give you real life examples. And we were shocked when they were even referencing the act, which made provisions for because the topic yesterday was that should online bullying be addressed legally, or should the schools address those issues?
Okay.
And then it was very interesting, the points that were coming out yesterday. So this will continue till the 29th, and on the 31st we'll now have a conference where the 2 finalists will compete, and then prizes will be awarded, and then dignitaries will be there. But then the essence here is to raise more awareness, so that all the schools will participate, even the university students will be invited in this to be on that final day. But then we want to raise the awareness, because I keep referencing the study that we conducted, the skill workforce assessment. It is scary to know where we are now. So until the awareness is being raised, until every institution, every government MDA knows what is at stake, and they know the do's and don'ts, then we are heading for problems. So that's why we continue to raise the awareness, and we need the FOC estates to continue to do this, not just this month of cybersecurity awareness, but even beyond. Because as I speak to you, if the national broadcaster is being targeted and is hacked, just maybe what we are doing here is something quite different that will be, and the viewers will be seeing.
Okay, thank you so much. We'll get more of this discussion later on. The program is going for a short week. When we come back, we shall be talking about White Cane Day and what's going on on the NGC political party. Stay tuned when we return. The program is The Podium, coming to you live on SABC Television in Freetown. Be reminded that you can be part of the show. Send your messages to 030-073-719. And we round up with Alfonso Manley, as you were talking about the education plan review.
Yes, so there are huge challenges. One of them, the current minister Fufa solution to that is the issue of admission in schools. Now, for admission in school, there is a committee put in place, and thankfully enough, the ACC is part of that committee, because the ACC has been giving a lot of support to the education sector. We want to commend the commissioner and his team. They've been giving a lot of support to the Ministry of Basic Education. Now, what is key and what is huge, the big problem we have within the two ministries is the issue of coordination and information sharing. Madam Daphne, the day we are having the review, the opening of this review, they are having another program within the same sector. When this is a very important document, when you are reviewing the plan for the entire sector, all of the staff for the Ministry of Basic Education and Higher Education should focus in the review, but we cannot be reviewing one sector of the ministry having program that has to do with gender. I don't think that is correct. Okay. Secondly, there should be an education interministerial partners group that discuss, because when it comes to education, it's cost-cutting issue. It is the business of Ministry of Finance to pay subsidy. It is the business of the Ministry of Water Resources to ensure water in school they can connect. Okay. It's the business of Ministry of Health to provide health. So the issue of coordination is key. It's it's lacking. Both ministries. And this now is going for the Ministry of Technical and Higher Education. Because based on my discussion, it's like this plan is for the Ministry of Basic Education. No, it's for both ministries. The current minister they have now have beautiful ideas. I've made telephone call to him even before the review, that if you want support for the higher education, factor all of your ideas in this plan. We cannot have two plans for the Ministry of Education. It's one sector. So it's based on the Ministry of Technical and Higher Education, because they've been holding conferences how to finance higher education. You cannot finance higher education without this plan. They don't know when they want to support education. They will not ask you is the Minister of Education, whether basic. They ask you for the plan. Okay, and this plan is well costed. So I am appealing to the Ministry of Education, if you have prepared a plan, government should honor the plan and support this plan.
Thank you very much, Alfonso Manley, the National Coordinator of Civil Rights Coalition. Well, for the two final issues we have this afternoon, White Cane Safety Day is to celebrate the achievements of people who are blind or visually impaired and the important symbol of blindness and tool of independence, the white cane. The theme for this year's celebration is promoting inclusion, celebrating abilities, and advocating access for people. Events will include the first National Civil Society Duty Bearers Blindness and Disability Forum. Well, in the studio this afternoon, I have been joined by Kabake Noah from the Sierra Leone Association of the Blind. Good afternoon, sir. Welcome to the program.
Good afternoon. Thanks for having me. Before now, have been donations from NGOs and the private sector, and things coming in from out of the country. But for now, for the past 2-3 years now, we've had the Ministry of Health coming in to help support blind people with white canes as an assistive device. And that would never have been possible without sensitization, without engagement around the use of the white cane. So that tells you how far we've gone. And we still know that, there is a huge more work to be done. And that's why every year we engage people like you, the media, to kind of continue in our mobilization around the white cane use.
Okay, in mostly around we see most of these blind people with other canes, not white ones, and mostly with people aiding them to go through their normal activities. But sometimes, it's only seldom we see these white canes with most elites, not just the normal blind people. How can the normal people get access to these donations like you mentioned just now?
In fact, I can challenge anyone who talks about the elites. In fact, it's the elites who frown on the use of the white cane. Majority of those who use the white cane are people who have never been to school or have been dropouts, or are people who are offending on the streets. You use the white cane. Sometimes what you see on the streets of Freetown or big urban cities, people using irons or sticks to move around. You know, when people are begging, they want to appear so helpless.
So that's why they don't use the white cane.
Well, for many of them,
does it signify affluence?
Well, it may signify some form of independence or some form of status.
Okay.
And that may not be very good for some people's trade.
Okay.
But if you move around up the provinces, for instance, you are going to find many of our friends in rural communities using the white cane more than those who are even in big cities. Okay. And it's not only because for those who are begging on the streets, but even those who you know are teachers, maybe civil servants, maybe musicians, people who may be of different status, and let's call it that way, they seldom use the white cane, because for some of them, they think the white cane makes them blinder than they are blind. So they don't even use, many don't use the white cane because they think they may appear funny, or they may appear more or less in that state that may not be good for them. Okay. That's why they don't use the white cane. And I also myself, at some point when I was at Flavi College, didn't use the white cane. It was not, because by then my roommate and myself, we wake up in the morning, go to class together. But it reached a point, we both now are now in different classes. So in the morning he would go alone and I'll be left behind finding my way. That was how necessity became the mother of invention. So I had to use the white cane, train myself on the use of the white cane And that was how I became accustomed to the white skin.
Okay, well, thank you so much. Continue to stay with us at the program as we take our final issue for this afternoon. The National Grand Coalition has suspended Jasmine Fode Mamisuma, the party's acting national chairman and leader. According to a letter signed by the NGC's National Secretary General, the National Executive Committee of the NGC took action for the immediate suspension of Mr. Suma. The letter stated that Mr. Suma has been engaged in anti-party activities and has been bringing the party into disrepute and public ridicule. In response, Jasmine Suma has refuted claims of suspension, referring to it as unconstitutional and illegitimate. Well, in the studio this afternoon, we have, I beg your pardon about the name, we were expecting you a long time. Good afternoon, welcome to the podium.
Yeah, good afternoon. Thank you very much for having me.
So, what do you have to say about Mr. Suma's suspension?
Of course, Mr. Suma's suspension, first of all, I want to state that it is constitutional, despite him saying it is not constitutional, it is illegitimate and all. This is a decision taken by the second highest decision-making body of the party, which is the National Executive Committee. And according to our constitution, they have the constitutional right to ensure that they institute discipline to any member who is found wanting of misconduct. And Mr. Jasmine Suma, they should necessarily report to the disciplinary committee before taking action, because that particular their decision is binding as stated in our constitution.
Okay, and now let's talk about, because it stated here that he engaged in anti-party activities and bringing the party to disrepute and public ridicule. What does the party mean by that? What did he do?
Of course, it is not strange. Mr. Jasmine Suma has been on various media platforms, including social media platforms, wherein he made statements about the alliance and other things which has
so
actually...
is that the main problem, because he is against the alliance?
No, that is not the only problem. He was suspended on 3 different charges, which is according to section 52, subsection 1, paragraph A, B, and C. He violated section 52, sub 1, paragraph A, paragraph B, and paragraph C. Paragraph A says disrepute or public ridicule, that was 1, and the breach of our party's constitution. Then thirdly, the anti-party activity. So he was not only suspended based on just because he is against the alliance. In the first place, it is ironical to say we suspended him because the next suspended him because he was against the alliance. Because it is on record that this very Mr. Jasmine Suma's signature was on this alliance agreement. So how can we say we suspended him, or the National Executive Committee suspended him because of that particular reason? It was on various social media platforms. Let me land. Saying all sorts of things about the party, the alliance, and all. And for somebody to say some of these things, you have to get the authority from the National Executive Committee. Because if you are coming on media, television to be specific, he was on AYV, publicly denouncing the alliance and also apologizing to Sierra Leoneans. He was not suspended because
he denounced.
He was against the alliance, but because of he did not follow the procedure. Because
so
for us as a party,
there are procedures that he should have
taken before going to the media. That is one. Then for opting out of the alliance, there are also procedures which is stated in our party's constitution in section 56, sub 1 and sub 2. When we entered into the alliance with the ruling SLPP, we followed those procedures. We took the matter to the National Executive Committee. We also took the matter to the National Delegate Conference, which is the highest decision-making of body of the party for ratification. They gave the party the mandate to go into an alliance with the SLPP. So if we are opting out of the alliance, those procedures should also be followed. So for Mr. Jesmet Suma to go on media without following those procedures, and that happened a day before the National Executive Committee meeting. So that shows he is a person that does not follow procedure. Then another reason also was the breach of the party's constitution. He, Mr. Jesmet Suma, suspended 2 senior party members of the NGC without following due procedure. And it is not stated in any part of our constitution that the chairman and leader has the autonomous power to suspend any member of the party. And he did that. His signature was on the suspension letter. He sent the suspension letter to those 2 members. They stay in the diaspora. So for those violations, the National Executive Committee thought it fit that he is liable and they should suspend him. And remember, they moved a motion and the motion was voted on. He was there and it was in his presence.
Now he's making these claims, and what does the party plan to do about this? Because it's not like he has accepted being suspended.
Yeah, fine. That is one of the main problems, because if you are a person that actually respects procedure, democratic principles and the rule of law, you first of all need to accept that indeed I have committed this crime, or indeed the suspension is legal, it is legitimate, and therefore let me follow the procedure. Remember, he was not suspended or expelled from the party. He was just suspended from the party. So for him to be reinstated, he needs to follow procedure which our constitution clearly makes. He needs to appeal the decision to the highest decision-making body, which is the National Delegate Conference. But instead of Mr. Jesmet doing that, I'm seeing him all over the media, you know, saying all sorts of words. In fact, even against people that should make decision about his stay in the party. The NEC members is just saying things about them, abusing them on social medias and all.
Okay, thank you very much, Bokari Waimara from the NGC party. Well, viewers, we want to inform you that we called the side who was supposed to speak on Mr. Suma's behalf, because he is not currently in Freetown, but we didn't get them. We'll bring them to you in a subsequent edition. As we round up, Mr. Noah. Yes, also, let's talk about how, the education of vehicle owners, drivers, and even pedestrians on the streets on what they should do, what they see a white skin.
Well, I mean, when you don't just see a white cane by itself.
Okay, with the owner, that's what I'm saying.
You obviously see the white cane with the blind person.
Yes, sir.
And that by itself means this is a blind person moving alone, and would obviously require the attention that you give to every other pedestrian. Okay. His case, the case of the blind person is unique because he's moving with just the tool, the assistive device, and that he would require special attention from every driver or bike rider or every other pedestrian around. Okay. But it's also important for me to just mention that the Sierra Leone Association of the Blind is the largest decentralized organization of the blind in the country. It operates in 13 districts across the country, with projects in 7 districts now, supporting mainly rural blind people, men and women, youths as well. Okay. In fact, right now undertaking is a 3-month ICT program for blind youths in about 7 districts across the country. The Sierra Leone Association of the Blind is an affiliate of the World Blind Union, which will be holding a conference next year in Brazil, and it's also a member of the World African Union of the Blind, with headquarters in Nairobi. Now, why I'm saying this, it's because people should realize that as an organization of the blind, our business for advocacy is to kind of engage on rights issues on blindness. And this is very crucial because policy matters and other legal issues are things that kind of change the environmental situation of blind people. Institutional barriers are broken this way. And if we do not have policies and laws being formulated it's going to be very difficult for us to change the situation. Okay. And it's because of this advocacy and done by SLAB and all other organizations of persons with disabilities that we are today talking about, like the Persons with Disability Act of 2011. We are even talking about the radical inclusion in education policy and such policies which are now becoming quite friendly in terms of service delivery, in terms of the rights of persons with disabilities and blind people in particular. We are thankful to government that because the environment is becoming a little friendlier than before, but a lot more needs to be done, and this is why for us as SLAB, we ensuring that, for instance, in the area of employment, we are undertaking an employers forum which will be coming in December. We had one in February to kind of educate employers about the need to employ blind people and other persons with disabilities as it is written in the Persons with Disability Act. Okay. For every employer that does that, there is some incentive for employing a certain percentage of persons with disabilities. So for many of them, this is something that is yet not fully understood. And sensitization around that particular issue will help to create jobs for blind people. And we'll be working with the Ministry of Labor, as we have been doing before now, to kind of promote education around incentive for disability employment among employers. That will also add to the government's 500 job or employment opportunities, 400,000 employment opportunities for citizens in this country.
Sir. All right, thank you very much. And as we close, Mr. Bokari Mara, do you foresee Mr. Suma coming back to appeal, or do you foresee a matter going to the court?
Oh, of course, that's a decision that he has the right to take if he wants to. The Constitution.
Because from what he's saying, it's like he doesn't agree.
It's up to him, because what we are doing as a party, we are guided by law, and we ensure that we follow those laws. So, and our Constitution also spells it out clearly that he has a number of days to appeal. When the decision was taken, he has 14 days to appeal. So if he doesn't appeal, when we go to the National Delegate Conference on the 14th of December in Makeni, definitely the delegates will decide the fate of Mr. Jesmed, if they are to bring him back to the party or they are to expel him or whatsoever. That is a decision that will be taken by a body, not just a single individual.
All right, thank you so much. Well, that's how we end the podium for this afternoon. Many thanks to my studio guests for being part of the show. Our quote for today came from German physicist Albert Einstein, and it says, "Life is like riding a bicycle. To keep your balance, you must keep moving." The program was produced by David Agara. My name is Daphne Zainab Kamara. The podium returns tomorrow, same time. Goodbye.
Life no go ever sweet without
that thing what we call love. Now that make
Love Factor na a very good program where any big person can.
Life no go ever sweet without
that thing what we call love. Now that make
Love Factor na a very good program where any big person can look and enjoy.
Now the kind program where you for spend time for watch. Now the kind program where you for spend time for sit down for look.
And this program it made I don't learn from and I wonder you save life.
The Love Factor show is about family, love, counseling,
relationship. We say we dey build and maintain relationship. This is a program we say we dey counsel you for let you know how for dey with your partner, let you know how for settle disputes between you and your heart to heart.
Well, you don't hear it for yourself.
Join the Love Factor team
every Sunday, 10 p.m.
for help make we all enjoy love and peace.
Are you tired of watching or listening to uninteresting television channels? Then your worries have been addressed, as the SLBC Podium is the answer to your concern.
The SLBC television show, The Podium, is one of the programs you can't afford to miss as a guest or a viewer.
Oh yes, Podium is a show where the mighty and the low will like to sit, because it is a trusted medium to channel your views, concerns and aspirations for Sierra Leone and other happenings around the globe.
Podium is where you get breaking news, because everyone wants to talk to us. If you hear it on Podium, ask no further.
Don't forget to join us every midday from Monday to Friday as we ask
the hard questions that you otherwise would have asked to the newsmakers, the movers and shakers of events.
Don't miss the opportunity to be part of Sierra Leone's topmost midday show, The Podium, where the agenda is set for others to follow. Thanks for watching. God bless you. Goodbye.
Where use? You get use?
Yes, I get use.
This is the program where they give you the use where they happen all about the country.
Inside where use, we go take you text, Facebook and WhatsApp message. You complain where you go send as letter to the producer. We dey announce about things them working lost and plenty more.
We are there all about the country. But you self keep.
Hello and welcome to Sports Update. With me, Esther Marie Samra, coming up in this edition of the Sport News. Leone Stars of Sierra Leone defeat Ivorian champions, that is the African champions, by a goal to nil to get hopes in the Nations Cup qualifiers. These plus mini league all lined up in this edition of the program. You can be part of this show through text message number 077-209012. I am a presenter, Esther Marie Samura. Welcome back. Well, in this edition of the program, the Sierra Leone national football team, Leone Stars, beat African champions, the Elephant of Ivory Coast, 1-0 in the 2025 African Cup of Nations qualifiers at the SKD Stadium in Monrovia, Liberia. Amadou Bakayoko's 85th minute goal and Sierra Leone this milestone feat. The team put up a stellar performance, showcasing impressive performance and composure throughout. Well, let's have an highlight of the match.
League. Just fall for Kolka in the penalty box. Côte d'Ivoire fallen all the way towards the back post. In fact, it was Sully Kalon then. Issa Kalon. Samadia's cross collects qualification for them. Samadia into the middle and the header has been turned in. Fofana got a touch, but he couldn't keep it out. And Sierra Leone may be heading for a famous victory. It's Amadou Bakayoko who runs away in celebration. And the Leone Stars fans present here in Monrovia today are witnessing something potentially historic.
It was indeed an incredible moment for all Sierra Leoneans, especially for far too long we've not seen Leone Stars defeat the Elephant. I could vividly recall since 1972. This is the first time after 11 meetings that Sierra Leone had an edge over Ivory Coast. Well, the head coach of the team, Amidou Karim, was happy as he shared his journey in winning this particular match.
I said it yesterday, never mind we lost 4-0 to them. They are not a very strong team, great players, but every match has a different approach. We are approaching differently from what you saw in the last match. We correct our mistakes, then we improve on what we have to get our achievements. We still have a chance, and I'm very optimistic that we qualify in the group stage. But this time now we have 4 points. We are going over to our house in order to come back again.
Oh, good one for Leon Stars. 4 points, haven't played 4 games. Currently in Group G, the champions, Ivory Coast leading with 9 points, followed by Zambia with 5 points, Sierra Leone with 4 points, they are third, and Chad with 2 points. But yet still, the group is still open, with the champions likely already booked a spot. But in the studio, I have Darlington Sola Sobe, and Sobo is here to deliberate on this particular match and give analysis. He was here on Monday where he made his prediction. Hello and welcome to Sports Update once again.
Thank you for having me, Nesta, and good afternoon to viewers out there.
Now, what do you make up of yesterday's match? Sierra Leone won by a goal to nil, the first time after so many decades against Ivory Coast.
Well, firstly, I want to say congratulations to all Sierra Leoneans, because once Leon Star won, it means Sierra Leone won. So be it whether it's from the technical aspect, the SLFA, the NSA, the government, and sponsoring the team, want to say big congratulations to the player for putting on what we call a resilient, is like the lion fighting at the tail end of his age, you understand? So for me, it was a very big victory. Yesterday, the city was a little bit light up after a series of frustration. The city was light up. The street was, you watch, everybody was shouting Leon Star. This is what we want to see. So congratulations to the boys. They listen. This is about listening to the fans. The fans were very, very frustrated. And then when the fans shout out that we want a win, otherwise we are not going to support you, they listen. The technical aspect listen, the NSC, the government, through the Minister of Sport and that of the SLFA. I think they listened to the cry of Sierra Leoneans, and then the technical team was able to make some changes as we discussed it on Monday. So getting this win for us is good, but we want more because we are yet to qualify. So what we want to see next is getting the 2 wins and book a place at the next AFCON. But it was a good one. Congratulations to the team.
So what do you think the technical team did right this time around, considering the fact that it was an overwhelming victory for Ivory Coast on Friday when they won massively against Sierra Leone 4-1, and yesterday we saw the build-up from the squad, the technicality, their teamwork, everything was in place. It was a high-level composure from Leon Stars. What do you think was put in place in achieving such a great feat?
Basically, what happened was, when you are in a tail point of losing something, you understand? I can say it here openly. The job of the coach was in a tail end, and certain players was in the tail end of never be called up by Leon Stars. And then what happened on Friday when they listened to various social media, and through SAP, the blasting of the various sectors, we saw government officials even blasting the national team. I think the technical team take that into consideration, as well as the players. And then there were vital changes that was made with the goalkeeper, and then starting key players like Abu Dhabi was very, very vital in this game. So these changes tells us that there was something wrong initially, you understand? But you cannot it's not supposed to be in a situation where the fans have to go extra mile for you to give us a result. So they did a fantastic technical arrangement within the team, and then we got the result. It's not only about the result, it's about our performance was very great as compared to the previous performance. That for me, I look football in two aspects. You can lose a match but have a very good game. You understand? But yesterday what happened, we have a very good game, and then at the end of the day we were able to get the 3 points, which was very, very vital. You saw the coach, everybody was jubilating. There were certain people on the street jubilating. From my office, everybody was shouting. In fact, they were shouting Sola, so everybody was very happy. I saw the excitement of Sierra Leone winning. So the what went wrong in Ivory Coast have been corrected. But again, can we maintain, the question now we should be asking ourselves, can we maintain this team or this first 11 to take us to Chad and that of Zambia and get a win?
Thank you very much. I think that's something we'll definitely delve into that. But in the studio also we've been joined by Taikuma Conte, and he happens to be a football analyst, has been following Leon Stars for far too long. Hello and welcome to Sport Update, Taikuma.
Yeah, good afternoon, Esther, and good afternoon to all viewers.
What's your take about Leon Stars' performance yesterday, securing 10 points and now sits third in the group?
One thing I would like to say is that we missed our chance at the first leg playing against Ivory Coast, but coming back to the second leg, we got it right because of poor team selection. And the head coach Hamidou Karim thought it fit that with the inclusion of certain players into the squad, help us to get the 3 points yesterday, and we saw exactly what happened there at the Samuel Kedo Stadium, where the inclusion of the likes of the Abu Dhabi and goalkeeper Francis, known as Tortoise, we saw there when they implement what their gimmicks and what their technical aspects of what the head coach Hamidou Karim told them to do. And exactly that yield us a positive result where we secure the almighty 3 points.
You made mention about a significant figure, that's the goalkeeper. Well, for far too long we've been seeing Mohamed Fabianski on the sticks for Sierra Leone, but yesterday we saw a drastic change, because there is something that you cannot you definitely not shy away from the fact that the match against Chad and that of Ivory Coast in the first leg, about 2 goals that Sierra Leone conceded, greatly you blame the goalkeeper for that. But yesterday we saw a very more composed goalkeeper at the goalpost for Leon Stars. Do you think that it was wise for that particular change?
Yeah, that for sure. The inclusion of Francis, known as Tortoise, it was a plus for us yesterday, and we saw exactly the composure, the way that he was building from the back, commanding his centre back, the organizing we saw yesterday. That tells the days of Fabianski is over now. Consider the fact that we've just played 3 matches, and the first game errors was made by him. Second game against him in Zambia, errors also was made by him. And coming to the match against Ivory Coast, he considered that penalty was not that too useful for us, and now we are 3 goal deficits because we considered 4 goals, and now we are 3 goal deficits. Even if we played against Chad, and then with a win, we need to win with a high scoring tally for us to be second on the table, because if not for that, then we'll still be third with a minus goal.
Darlington Sola, do you want to agree with Taikuma about the goalkeeper for him to give chance to others, or you want to agree with the philosophy that in many times there will be a particular season wherein you won't have that pace, you won't be in your season? Do you want to agree with him that it is time for goalkeeper Mohamed to give chance to other goalkeepers?
Definitely. I said it here
on these 2 games we are not his.
I said it here on Monday. Yeah, the national team is not a family property. Football is a business. If you are not within that space to make profit, then you have to wait. You understand? When we give chance to Tortoise, we saw what happened yesterday. Yeah, we saw what happened yesterday. So you have to give chance to others. He has been fantastic No disrespect to Mohamed Fabiaski. He has been fantastic over the years, including in Chad game, which he did some extremely performance in Liberia. But again, if the past 2 games you are making silly errors, you understand, you definitely need to give chance to others. We expect Fabiaski. He needs to play more game and up his performance. If the coach, by all means, thought that his performance have upgraded, then he can be included in the team again or be in the goalpost for other games. But for now, the performance is not well to do, as every Sierra Leonean saw what happened yesterday. So I'm of the fact that we need to give chance. That the same thing happened to Diaby. Diaby had the opportunity, and then he take that opportunity very serious, and then we see yesterday the midfield was able to control very well.
And that begs the question, why is Abu Diaby usually very much underrated? But we saw his performance yesterday. He was able to dictate the pace, that ball control, that composure. He was top notch in the midfield for Leon Stars. But he's one player that is very much underrated. I
agree with you 100%. Again, in coaching or in general something, every coach has his own philosophy or players he believes they are good for him in a particular system. But we saw what happened even in Europe or across the world. There are particular players you do not see any contribution as of much, but the coach like that particular player. I'm a one fan or somebody that is always against using the 2 twins together. You understand? I believe one of them need to wait. But yesterday, because of a single chance, Indolo was not around. Indolo had an injury, you understand? I think the coach said, okay, there is no one that can perform well. Let me try Diaby. And then he took that chance. He exhibits all what he knows within the midfield. Imagine the kind of players he was playing along with that midfield. You have Casey, you have Pepe, you understand? From who has played for Arsenal, and these have played for top team in Europe, but he was able to dictate the pace of the midfield and control the play how Sierra Leone should play. When the ball reached to him, he know when and how to distribute, who to locate. This is the kind of people we want in the midfield. When you have the days of when you have the medal, you have the Tete, you understand? They can able to control the attack. Now we have been struggling with midfield. If Diaby is there, give Diaby chance. Diaby have proved to every Sierra Leonean that I am fit in this starting 11. So let's see what the coming to Chad game and that of Zambia. Give him another chance and let's see what we can make. But it was very, very exceptional yesterday. I enjoy. In fact, I thought it was like Kolo Toure playing for us. You understand? The way he controlled the height, the body control, the way he passed the ball. The possession was all rated very well. Okay, now I must bring you on Taikuma. What do you make up of the way the team played yesterday as compared to Friday in the first leg? One thing we got right yesterday was it a deserving win? Yeah. That was a deserving win. The zest, the determination. We see yesterday when the boys were playing, they were playing for pride and passion. And for yesterday match, we got presence when playing. Playing the twins at the same time, we lack the presence, we lack stability, and we lack absolute control at the center back of midfield. And they can more deliver when they are being used on the flank as compared to the midfield. Playing against the likes of the Kessie, the Sadio, compared to their stature, the 50-50 battle we are not won. But yesterday, we saw implementation of the 50-50 battle being won, considering the fact that we have Diaby and that of Fauna at the center back of midfield, and one of the twin played in front of them, like the free man role. We enjoy everything so far, the compact defense, compact organizing, the way things have been handling yesterday. It seems like Coach Hamidou Karim needs to go back to the drawing board, to not to be considered sentiment, and rather thinking of players that are worth playing on a regular basis. You see, one thing about Sierra Leonean, we don't love players that are disciplined. Because Abu Diaby is not the type of player that can beat his marker 1, 2, 3, so people don't like him. But when you look at the position and the role he's playing, it's a quite too disciplined position and too difficult to handle, because you need to be going forward and also need to be watching your back.
considering the fact that you were playing against an aged defender now who is still Cocker, who is not that too quick in terms of running. So for him to be organized and balancing the defender and midfield for yesterday, that was something exceptional that he did for us there in the game against Ivory Coast. And we are all happy seeing them getting the 3 points, and we'll be welcoming their home with an opponent.
Send your comments on 0772090012. Yesterday, we saw an outstanding performance for Leon Stars. Now, you look at the group G, Sola, the defending champions, Ivory Coast, even though they lost yesterday, but they still sit in a better position with 9 points, followed by Zambia. They have 5 points, and then you have Sierra Leone with 4 points, and then Chad. The bone of contention now should be between Sierra Leone and Zambia. You understand? Because a single goal for Ivory Coast would definitely see them to the Nations Cup in Morocco. So, given your analysis, what do you think should the Leon Star squad or the technical team start to do now if they want to see themselves in the Nations Cup?
I think Zambia have 7 points. You know, they won 2 games and draw 1. Yeah, yes. they have 7 points. This is in a sister program this morning. I said it. This is the most difficult situation we have placed ourselves now. Winning that
Zambia
game
has
yesterday.
5 points.
No, they won yesterday. They won against Chad.
Okay, they have 7 points.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's the most difficult situation because the position we are now, we have seen the possibility to qualify. We missed out against Chad in Liberia. Now there is another possibility again for us to qualify, depending we won our 2 games.
Okay.
We have to beat our 2 games and pray. If we are going to win 1 and draw 1, we have to pray that Ivory Coast beats Zambia in the next game. So probably if Zambia lost the next game, they still have 7 points, and then we won against Chad, we are going to have 7 points. So the fight is going to be Zambia, Sierra Leone. But again, we have to have a very good goal margin.
Yeah.
A very good goal margin. Yeah, against Chad, because Chad, well, we are looking at Chad, very weak team, but Chad is not that weak.
Yeah.
Playing at home, they were very convenient and comfortable in playing at their playing closer to them. But again, we can win this game. I said it. The government, SLFA, NSA, Ministry of Sport, and other parastatals need to come together. We need the 12-man support for the last game in Liberia. That's the most important game we are playing for this qualification. If we have a win against Chad, playing Zambia in Liberia, we have to have a national support. We should champion a national support, and the coach have to be careful. Now everyone is saying the coach need to include other players and this, that. The coach need to be technical. Now we have a, what should I say, semi-first 11. The team that played yesterday was very, very compatible, played together and played to the way the determination was there. Now going to next month for the other games, imagine not this player should take this into consideration. That is it not because I was part of the team that won against Ivory Coast, I supposed to be in the team that is going to play Chad and Zambia, because there must be another player that are performing well. Now Augustine Kagbo is supposed to be in the starting, but eventually there was injury, and Indulu. Maybe before next month they are back to the team. You understand? And their performance have gone up like 70 or 80%. They must be integrated back into the team. So the coach needs to get a proper balance with the present team that won yesterday and that of the players that are going to be incorporated into the team, and make sure they start preparation now. You understand? If you are going with home-based player, get this home-based player together at least once a week or twice a week to have a training, because the league has not yet started. Once a week or twice a week to have training, so that you keep them together, keep your system in within this home-based player. When you integrated this foreign-based player, we can have a formidable squad. And then again, we need to open up, we need to call on government to have a national support. The last game against Chad, we need to take, if it's possible, 10 or 20 balls to Liberia for a national support. Give that last support. If we are able to win these 2 games, definitely.
What's your assessment about the group so far? Ivory Coast 9 points. You have Zambia with 7 points. Sierra Leone 3 points. Of course,
Sierra Leone 4 points.
4 points. But Chad, they are already, should I say, they're out of the campaign? Or almost. But how will you assess this particular group? What will be your analysis in relation to Leone Stars' qualification from the group?
As it stands on paper, Sierra Leone and Chad, we stand as the underdog on paper. But to be fact, we need to take advantage and chances. We missed our opportunity against Chad when we played them at the Liberia Stadium. But here is a crucial match for us again. 2 matches that are determining our qualification to the AFCON. And Hamidou Karim is a coach that is playing a total football, that for sure. He's an offensive and attacking minded coach. See the likes of Indolo, that is not in the squad for us. Augustus was not in the squad for us, playing against Ivory Coast at the second leg. That tells that the inclusion of these 2 players playing against Zambia and that of Chad will help us and boost our attacking options, because consider the fact that going forward we lost that type of driving force, because we've not been seeing the best of Mustafa Bendu lately, one of our talisman for the national side. But there is another thing that the coaches should be working on. For yesterday's match, we had a lot of set pieces and we failed to convert the set pieces. Only one that Samadia got right that gave us the goal, when Bakayoko headed back at the back of the net. There are things, for me, I always tell teams and players, 2 things go into a match: the match awareness and match preparation. Before playing these 2 matches, there will be a forum there is a forum for the coaches and the players already. Explain to them the intensity, how crucial this match are for us. Even a draw would make us live in a thin thread for us to qualify to the next stage of the competition. But getting the 6 points to what we are having now, 4 points, will then automatically give us 10 points. And having a 10 points in the group with a plus goals, that tells automatically we are through the stage of this qualifying, going for the AFCON. But that all depends on what the technical side and the head coach will be doing. Consider the fact that we'll still be waiting for players that will be incorporating this squad playing against Zambia and that of Chad. We all pray that we get things right this time around, so that, because football is a unifying sport and it is the most popular sporting activity in Sierra Leone.
Okay, quickly take few comments in the inbox. This one says, congratulations Leone Stars, you put smiles on our faces yesterday, from Keule at England. Based on the performance I saw yesterday, I believe Sierra Leone will qualify if we win our next 2 games from Auna Cabo at Sami Town. So Darlington, now the team will be they're already on their way. And of course, the Ivorian, they arrived yesterday in Abidjan. So moving forward, you've spoken about oneness from the technical team, the NSA, the government. Don't you also think there is, like I keep saying in many of our programs, the need for the government, you understand, to urge the Chinese company for the quick rehabilitation of the Siaka Stevens Stadium?
Yes, that one is a very, very big one. I think for me, whenever we talk about this stadium, I cannot see. I find it very, very difficult for rehabilitation to take 3+ years. Again, the mistake was they should have focused. They should have focused on the national stadium. What do I mean? The big stadium of itself. Finish the big stadium before working on the 6,000 they are building at practice field. You understand? They should have focused, finish the main bowl where games are supposed to be played, then they can continue that one. But that was the mistake. Again, I think the NSA boss, when he took over, he have a meeting with them and start the conversation to see. But that is the role of the media, you understand? The media again can start to have this discussion, host the NSA boss, host government official, sport, and see how best you can. Because this is very, very bad for, imagine if we are playing the last game in Sierra Leone. The stadium will be jam-packed over 40,000. You understand? Now to transport people to Liberia is going to cost us more. And then I want to use your platform to say a big thank you to the Liberians. The game against Chad, they did go out and support us. And yesterday, we saw the support again from the stadium. They were there cheering up for Sierra Leone. But to your question, the government and that of the NSC, no, the NSC and the Ministry of Sport should sit these Chinese people down, and at least by February we should have done with this. They promise us it's going to take 1 year, from 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. They should done it by February because December is too short. Let's say February. We cannot.
What was your hope about the youngsters' qualification to the Nations Cup?
Well, for me, my hope is high because I believe from the performance yesterday tells that they got the match awareness and they knew exactly what they were playing for. And consider the fact that we were playing against Chad and that of Zambia, they want to be represented because playing in a high competition like that, it's also marketable for them because seeing scouts will be there, officials will be there to watch players performing at the biggest stage. For Africa football, playing at the AFCON is the highest platform. More especially for Sierra Leone, we don't have players that are playing the top flight league. They are in Europe, and now it has been an opportunity for them to play in the AFCON, and they will make use of that opportunity because one thing we should be telling those players, for us that are friends with them, is like, don't only play for the national side, play for pride, play for integrity, play for growth, because you played in the AFCON, there are many people watching you. Maybe you'll be playing for Eastern Lions, Sport Authority, and that's of Lower FC. Going to the AFCON, then you got a bumper or bigger contract. Then you're off the shores of Sierra Leone, and then everything so far that you are wishing for and praying for has come to the answer. So, Leone Star playing against Chad and Ivory and this Zimbabwe.
They need to win both games with huge margins of goals. Definitely. Isn't it, Sola?
Yeah, definitely. My hopes are very high, very, very high at 99%. The 1% is for stress level. Okay. But I'm sure we are going to qualify because we are going to beat Chad and Zambia. That I'm certain, depending we use the correct player, we are going to get a win.
Thank you very much. And Sierra Leone, if we want to qualify to the Nations Cup, we must defeat Zambia and that of Chad with huge goals margin. Well, as our sports updates comes to an end, I want to say many thanks to my studio guests here today, Darlington Sola and Takima Conte, to the entire production team. Many thanks for putting this program together. I have been a presenter, Esther Marisa Marcin. Goodbye. Continue to watch the SLBC.
We are the national broadcaster, and I am Sulaiman Baba Toure, a reporter and presenter at the SLBC. Your voice, my voice.
From the commercial department, I am Regina Bangura. You are watching SLBC. Your voice, my voice.
I am Jonathan Turner, a reporter for Silent Broadcasting Corporation, SLBC. As a reporter, I do stories on education, health, politics, and more. Stay glued with SLBC to watch my stories. Your voice, my voice.
Lucian Ganda, producer Wayus, and producer and presenter Christian Renditions on TV. This is the SLBC.
I am William Wise, presenter Wayus and also reporter at the SLBC. And this is the SLBC.
I am Salma Tabak, television executive producer. I produce programs on both radio and television. I'm a news anchor, a presenter, an announcer on radio. I enjoy what I do because I serve a public service broadcaster. It's a pleasure to work with the SLBC. I am Tilly Koma, Head of News and Current Affairs Unit, Zion Broadcasting Corporation. Our news hour now covers several segments. We have entertainment, business, weather, sports, ferry schedule, and human interest stories, not forgetting politics. We are doing all that to keep you people posted on what's happening all over the country. Thanks for being with us at SLBC. Keep blue. We are the best.
Inside, I'm like the floods when day off the lights when not in sight. Unplug the plugs when day is bright. Every little step we take, a better energy world will make.
Teach the children, teach our
Fambul, good afternoon yet again. So this session where they come to you live now the Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation. This now the nationwide energy sensitization campaign. And today we're also there with Bibi Galejo there where they can tell you waiting at the different things that we need for do as consumer of energy or as customers of electricity business. Regulatory Commission and that of the Electricity Distribution and Supply Authority, what they commonly call EDSA. Today, with me at the studio, I get two allegos them, where they can tell you about waiting our responsibility, how we need for manage energy, waiting at the thing that we need for do as citizens then in order for prevent energy sustainability, and also how we can able to complement the effort of Papa government on the plenty work that we don't do around the energy sector. I will allow my guests for let them introduce themselves.
Good afternoon. Me na Mr. Alfred Kaima. Me na the head of Economic Regulation, Sierra Leone Electricity and Water Regulation Commission.
Me Fambude, good afternoon. Me your name na Engineer Bokari Mamsi Musa, head of Electricity EWRC.
Fambulem Asidoye, this na the Master Sabi that will get today na the program. And then therefore can give you the young expert knowledge and waiting we need for do as Sierra Leoneans then. I want to start with Mr. Kaima, when are the head of economic regulations for the Sierra Leone Electricity and Water Regulatory Commission. Plenty people that way they not be done get the first time for listening to win a Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation, then we really want for know waiting this organization we then call the Sierra Leone Electricity and Water Regulatory Commission. What is they all about?
Well, from Buddha Sierra Leone Electricity and Water Regulation Commission, by Act of Parliament 2011, where they pass that law or give the Commission the mandate for able to regulate all the one way they do electricity business in this country, and the one all way they do water business in this country. So as a Commission, we get the mandate, we get the power for regulate in terms of compliances, in terms of quality, in terms of standard. Or make sure say the one that all way they do electricity business in this country, the one that all way they distribute electricity, where they generate electricity, make sure say they register, they get a license and get a permit for make sure say they generate light and distribute and transmit light. Then also the Commission make sure say all the one that we do water business in this country, whether you know Guma Valley, whether you know Salwako, whether you know water such water or production or anybody where they do water business. The Commission give you the mandate for make sure say you go through it, you register, we give license, we give the permit for make sure say you carry out water business in this country. Not only that we do as a commission, we also they set rates what they call normally called tariff for the one that all they do electricity business, especially EDSA. Now when they set tariff, so you will be the fee say na EDSA, now be they set tariff for electricity business. One will Fambu they get this knowledge, they get the understanding say no to EDSA they set tariff. EDSA only sometimes they request for tariff. Then we as a commission now we get the power, now we get the mandate for setting rates for EDSA. And the one they say what they do water business in this country, whether in Asacheso, Guma Valley, Salwako, we as a commission will get the power, we get the mandate for set rates when a tariff for them so that they will be able to carry out the business. If they are then they will not set tariff for them, will not set rates, they will not get no power for give any price with not to private approved by the commission for operate. So now make we can hire. And these are some of the rules, these are some of the functions for make sure say there's a standard, there's quality, and the market there for make sure say the people that they and the service provider where they provide for the people that they understand say indeed a quality service. So now make we as a commission make sure say we monitor, we regulate the prices, compliance, and all the rest for make sure say the people of Australia really enjoy the best service where they provide. So these are some of the mandates there as a commission.
Plenty. Thank you, Mr. Kaima, for such a wonderful enlightenment. And from users where they out there, you don't able to understand waiting at the exact role where the commission, where the Act of Parliament in 2011, where they established them for. So I want to come to Engineer Mamson. You don't hear what we colleague don't say, Mr. Alfred Kaima, with regards to the mandate of the commission. Plenty people go on for no. How, who signed the commission they operate? Is it that the commission only limited to Freetown, or it go beyond Freetown? And waiting at the thing that so far where they don't do beyond Freetown and inside Freetown?
So the mandate where we get whether for electricity and water regulation, not only there within Freetown or not only there within the big towns, but also cut across the rural areas. To start with, we get we headquarters in Freetown, we're in 55 Barwick Street. we administrative staff there within the country, they go only. But nevertheless, because of the need, when you talk about water, you talk about electricity, you go to the rural areas, you go to the regional towns, so because of that need, and we see say when it comes to access, whether people that want for take license, people that want for do inquiries, or also when it comes to we role where we they play, when it comes to compliance monitoring, it comes to enforcement, for like we ensure say people that improve the service way that they render. Then we get sub offices within the region. We get one Abo where they manage the southern region, we get one at Kenema, and we get one at Makeni. Because apart from the main utilities that where we also get the rural renewable energy project and where they win at the mini grids. Then we also get the ETSA and the regions that they want to call, and we get other sector players and we analyzing people then for business in electricity and water. So we not go just in Freetown with the monitoring, but we ensure say we open with provincial offices and so that it will be easy for them reach out to them and it will be easy for them reach out to we.
You talk about on our offices then at the provincial area. Which district them currently the commission they operate? Yeah, so as far as office locations and concern, we office the Kenema, we in Plaza. They also that office they cover the southern region at the moment, so we not get any specific office, let's say Kono or Kailan, but that office na the eastern region headquarters when a Kenema, they cover the regions that are at the moment, and also southern region when a Bo the office na Bo they cover that area there, and also the North Makeni office they cover that area there, because even the mini grids that we will get at the different localities, and that they ensure the part of the responsibilities that we they get for that we monitor in terms of their compliance, in terms of their performance, and other sector players and where they fall under electricity and water, especially the one that where they produce water, whether in a bottle, in sachet, or also Salwako and others, and where they come into the businesses. Mr. Kaima, you don't hear the information where Mr. Mamson don't talk about with regards to the expansion of the commission and the various regions then. Are there any plans for continuous expansion? Because the need for electricity and water, not to something where we say any locality where people then can joke with. We don't try for see how development done they can vary in those areas. Now the sachet water industry don't they take over. We don't see how people then they produce water massively. People they also they get presently benefit from them in a grid and lights there. How soon or waiting at the current plan or waiting at the future plan for expansion towards the other districts then for ensure say there is effective and efficient service delivery from the side of the regulatory commission?
Of course, there's a lot of plans where the commission they look at, because we found out say the sachet water production business not begin increase. Recently we visit Nakono, it really creates a lot of attention. We see there's a need for us to really visit the Kono district. For now we location there within Kenema, Makini and Bo. So because of the demand and the attention where the Kono people they going to give them, so the commission thought it fit there is a need for also to open another branch in Kono district because there's a lot of production also. They also, of course, we are also looking on the part of the south, like even Pujan as well. We see say there's a growing number of sachet water production. These are some of the tentacles we want for see how we can able to spread so that there will be an effective monitoring and effective control in terms of compliances, in terms of quality, so that the people will really enjoy the facility. So there's a lot of plans where the commission they try to put in place for make sure say there is a wider coverage and there is a wider expansion so that the people that go really enjoy the facility. So there's a lot of plans in place for that, for expansions.
Now, Mr. Mamson, today we also there as well for talk about the nationwide energy sensitization campaign. We must get with first listeners or with viewers that this will be the first time for them able to be part of this program. Take me through the nationwide energy sensitization campaign. Waiting at the essence of them. Waiting actually ignite this campaign.
Yes, so within we mandate we now for regulate the electricity. We don't undertake some studies within the sector. We find out say ETSA we don't go through losses then. Even the tariff will be approved for ETSA last year. Now another indicator within the review. We find out say losses that they within, and their losses that they, when we look into the losses, and it's not only on the part of ETSA, but the losses spread over both the technical and commercial losses. So when we look at the commercial losses, we're not more prevalent within the studies that we don't do. The commercial losses, they both on the part of ETSA, but mostly the consumers or also the MDAs. So out of all this, we see and say that is becoming alarming. So we as regulators, we need to do something, because one of our responsibility now for let we help the service provider for like improving service and render quality service to the people of Sierra Leone. So what do? We come up with a recommendation for let we ensure say we educate people in the sector, or we educate the consumers and for let them understand about the electricity business in the country, because anybody when a consumer, and if you understand the product where they consume, and if you understand how they reach out to them, and when that understanding there, and you also know in responsibility, it can then a one-way step going forward for able help how we able curtail measures and for also get a clear information when shortages or when and other things that happen where we not expect. So because of their losses and we think about electricity theft, we think about electricity vandalization where people that do that, the communities and people that they bypass, people that they operate in network where it is illegal. Well, the commission will be right to the bank, when at the World Bank, for able to fund this project, when a nationwide energy sensitization campaign, so that we will go across the country for able to talk to consumers and able to talk to extra customers and across the country for let them understand the impact of their activities and the way consumers that they do to ETSA, especially when it comes to electricity theft or vandalization, which is so much popular within the operation of ETSA. So we choose areas and where we they go where we know the ETSA they operate. So Kenema, Bo, Makeni, Kono, Port Locan, and Freetown. These are areas, and because all the areas that ETSA they operate for like we able to use different media, able to reach out to the people then. Radio, TV, town hall engagement, road show, Facebook, and we get direct calls and text messages while within at the stations, and so that we're able to talk to the people then with issues and where it in at the communities and let them able understand say they all for make ownership of the electricity asset they within at the community and how we will use electricity wisely for let we able save electricity, save money, and also protect life and property.
Plenty, thank you, Mr. Mamson, for such a wonderful message. I want to come to Mr. Kaima. You don't agree to call it, don't deliberate on with regards to the importance of this particular campaign. Now, from the concept of this, from the conception of this project here to date, people then go on for waiting at against them where this campaign don't make over the period where don't exist for, and waiting would they expect out of the end of this particular campaign?
Yeah, we first of all we want for thank God for World Bank for make this kind of support, because it has been challenging before for really reach out to the community and really educate them, because we now receive a lot of blames where things go wrong. The blames come to ETSA, say ETSA they collect money, ETSA losses beaucoup. But when we go deep dive into their losses there, which really cause the losses there, now one of their losses there we call losses of commercial and technical losses. You know, the commercial losses can come from either illegal connections due to also another one like areas owned by government or people they use top up, they need to pay, they get wrong connection, wrong meter, other thing. So these are all losses, so it boil down to even to low voltages. We discover say losses also come from low voltages more than even the high voltages. So these are all challenges we will not discover during the tariff review. So we found out say we have to go back to the basics and ensure say we really educate and create the awareness to the people of Australia, so that they really get this awareness for take ownership of the infrastructures and so that we will not go left sit down way somebody just grab overnight, you go vandalize their transformer that they cut their cable, they forgo make pots. At the end of the day, what will happen? We begin put on a social media, go video and put on a social media, and so they don't go vandalize, they don't cut cable, but we have to take ownership of the infrastructures there, so that for safeguarded property there, because the property there so now government owned property, now taxpayers' money. If we not take responsibility, they vandalize and they destroy their losses there, they factor inside the tariff. And the customer they go pay them back again. So we don't want for the another situation for the cast blames. But we should also take a responsibility as Sierra Leoneans to make sure say this is government owned property, and our law take responsibility so that it don't happen again. I think one of the objectives of this campaign. And this campaign, begin making a lot of gains. Especially when we don't go through town hall in the provinces, we don't go Kenema, we don't go Bo, we don't go Makenu, we don't go to so many places. Over radio, TV, media, we just every week we do on media, other things, they will get a plan for even the road show, other things. The objective of this is for law really educate and sensitize the people of Australia, so that we will take ownership of the infrastructures there, so that we're not going to allow, they say, hey, they're not going to destroy that transformer. We don't want for them in that situation there. A lot of projects that they on the pipeline coming. Compact is coming on board. If we not begin to create awareness in the tomorrow, they can fix fine transformer there for we. They can fix fine transmission lines there for we. At the end of the day, somebody just grab overnight and begin to destroy them. So we don't want for dinner that kind of dark situation. So now we're going to create, we'll open the eyes of the people of Australia for make sure say Lord take ownership of their property there. Anybody who wanna see, who wanna satisfy with her, you go where ESA close, you go where ESA ID council in ESA, wanna try for investigator and do whether really ESA staff or not to ESA staff. So the objective of this campaign is for create awareness, so that we will take ownership of the infrastructures there, so that we will safeguard them, so that even the tariff where you buy them, you say we will enjoy. So this campaign is making a lot of momentum nationwide. It's really making an impact, because it's a platform which says we'll use as a commission for really propagate the message of the work of the commission. So it's making a lot of gains. If you look at the phone calls that we can during radio discussions, it really shows the impact. So people they get the awareness, and they say they are ready for really for prosecute the one the way they do their illegal connections there. So I believe say this Mr. Moderator is making a lot of gains, and we're going to continue to do it until we see the impact is really spread so far.
Plenty. Thank you, Mr. Afrikaima. Family, when they listen to me or you when they watch me currently in the Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation, this is the nationwide energy sensitization campaign where they come to live na SLBC, a collaborative effort between the Sierra Leone Electricity and Water Regulatory Commission and ETSA. And this particular project here na World Bank fund them. Continue for plea to people them. You don't hear waiting we head of economic regulation don't say when Mr. Afrikaima with regards to people them for ownership of the various energy facilities that within the our community. I want to come to Mr. Mamson for able to rub more on the aspect of electricity theft. What think will be your message to people that were involved in such kind of activity, and waiting now the message where they need for get in order for avert from such situation, or waiting will be the waiting at the impact on them when they involved in such activities?
Yes, normally we know say for thief na crime, for do something illegally na crime. So the light where people that they thief na crime that they commit. So one of the goal or the objective for this campaign now we let people that clearly understand say the one them way that they thief light, the one that way that they thief meter, the one that way that they involve per meter tampering, and the one that way that they vandalize electricity assets, which they do an illegal something and a crime. And when anyone is found wanting, they go face the law appropriately. So they talk to family for let them understand say nobody know for thief light, nobody know for engage for operate the network. illegally where you don't qualify for one. Nobody know for whole ETA ID card or put on the polo or whole letter begin the claim poll where you not get the mandate and the authorization from ETA for one. When you do that, then a crime. And we want for let we able to understand some of the impact of that. One impact is what you don't do, it is illegal to the state, it is illegal to the law. And when you have found one thing, a crime you don't commit. That's one of the impacts I want to let see. Secondly, again, when people at the thief light, the question is who is going to pay for the light where the thief? Because we don't explain in the media for let people they understand how ETA they get the light. We don't explain say not to ETA they produce the light. We mean say not to then they generate the light. Now they buy from the IPPs and we get the car power, the ship within our Watanda, we get Serengeti when a solar planet core and CLSG and Bumuna. All na buy ETA they buy from them. When ETA sell the electricity, they're supposed to return the money back. And one thing we understand about the tariff and how ETA they operate, ETA not they make profit. The tariff where EWRC when the regulator they set for ETA, na tariff where you know get no profit margin. For say you do business, you get small profit. No. Now because government just want for ensure say they continue for operate and provide service to the people there adequately. So government not put that burden at all on the citizen. But if people at the thief light, now would that go actually pay for the balance money where ETA not going to pay all? If the ministries and the agencies and the department or the barracks then, whether it be soldier, it be and police, or the one that with the tip lights, they all huge losses. Usa ETA go able pull up money they for pay. So mostly it could be a huge problem on ETA. And that is been sometime where we can say government don't come for bailout ETA. Government they give subsidy. Now some of the reasons in this because with the tip business that don't happen down. Or the one that where they use electricity, they know they pay for like that side the water on top of the barracks. And a government institutions there. So USA ETA go able to pull money for pay. So the impact is losses then at the sector. And apart from that again, we don't see a lot of areas where ETA don't accumulate for pay, the IPPs are on top what. So now a huge debt and burden na the energy sector. And so much money they go. So now that reason make we really dey na this platform for let we tell people and say everybody for use light responsibly and pay for it. Because when you not pay, at the end the other customers that they pay because they go into the tariff, especially when ETA take money. Let's assume say the thief transformer or the damaged transformer, the cut cables, or the thief meter, ETA get for replace that meter they what they happen, the cost that they put into operation. When we they review the next tariff, they get for ensure say it reflecting the tariff, what they happen, the light money they go up small. And we keep complaining, people that they grumble. But people and they whether they illegally extract this electricity and then they carry their some of their problems in it. Apart from that again, the one that whether they thief the property then for ETA. Now things that whether they do way very illegal to the operation of ETA, and also they get negative impact on the consumers and also ETA. What about the side of the consumer? Well, whenever they go damage their transformers and we find out say it takes some days or weeks, we know they get light. Because ETA get for mobilize resources and for let them ensure say they get the materials at their back and go restore power day. So anybody will connect to that transformer or to that particular area they suffering get for come. So that are one negative impact or repercussions that we get when people they interfere into the network. And you know only tap there as they say, even ETA SSF that cost then they all do boil down to tariff. At the end of the day, now we all as consumers now we get for pay for that and money they will they not take for do that maintenance. So it's really bad and you know they give we any good image as citizens. So we don't appeal to people then. It's not just about the education. We don't appeal to people then for let they ensure say let we be responsible citizens and let we stop for the do illegal extraction of electricity. Let we stop for the bypass meters and let we stop for the operate the network where we not get the mandate for drone. People that don't bypass, they not even use meters. So we don't get the cases and also people that just do direct connection and they don't go to court and then they pay fines. And one recently where it don't come to EWRC, then the table after series of investigations, they pay fine over 300,000 new loans. So now we just imagine the kind of things that happen. And some of them are factories and they consume huge electricity where they do the app 90. So we don't really try to talk to people for let them understand the impact of this one. Most of the time we can say we like no ETSA don't take the light back. They no degree for give electricity. But we want let family understand say now other people that they generate and send the light to ETSA. When they take the light back, ETSA no they get the light. We mean say ETSA no they give to people then. Now that can happen in most of the instances and where people then not they get electricity at all. We know say yes, faults that can happen. We can make blackout day for now some section of the distribution line. Or sometimes other shedding can take place because of schedule maintenance. That's in the happen. But as far as we will not they pay for lights, ETSA, the one that way they give light to ETSA, they reduce on the supply. As I talk so, Ivory Coast don't cut down on the supply of electricity because the kind of invoice that where they don't lay the Minister of Finance at table for let ETSA pay, they're not able to pay up to now. So the areas apart. The 27 megawatt where government bid contracts, they don't cut down to 17 megawatt. And what about car power? We don't see a lot of times the car power they try to shut down the whole of the city because of their losses and they were ETSA for payback to car power and Minister of Finance no able honor most of their payment. So let we continue for let we continue for improve on the things that we need for improve. We are happy then we attitude there will be responsible people then in the states. As they consume the electricity, we they pay for it, and so ETSA they progress for let they improve on the systems.
Plenty thank you. Family doye from the experts of INSESF. This night in field and you don't try for tell you waiting at the advantage and waiting at the disadvantage if we go engage in negative attitude towards the electricity where we use. For thief light, now one of the baddest thing we can ever do. They become unpatriotic. For being a patriotic citizen, you get for ensure say with the service we utilize, make sure say you pay for it. Not sit down, say people then they suffer because of you and then. Just recently, we see over the news where people then go vandalize one transformer and they end up for catch the person. Waiting that will benefit you and green for suffer the entire community. This campaign now that's it about stop for vandalize energy state assets we will benefit thousands of people there just for your gain. I want to come to Mr. Africa. My daughter the serious deliberation with Mr. Mamsin Dongi on electricity theft. People then when they use electricity, they don't do responsible use of electricity. I will really want to elaborate on the responsible use of electricity now with homes, now with offices, now the factories. Responsible use it can also help with followable save.
Yeah, from there again, just like what the moderator is saying, we all the grumble say tariff there, but the question we ask. How is the user tariff day? Is the user responsible or is the user responsible? Gone are those days where they buy electricity bulbs and so they buy 100 watts, 60 watts, 80 watts because you want to get bright light. Gone are those days. Then they know they're not style again. Now for try buy the watts then, the lowest watts, the Chinese they make an plenty. We buy then it really help for manage your energy savings. Gone are those days where some man just a light electric cooker, just a recipe for cook rice and electric cooker they use, electric irons, freezer, all kind of 50 watt just a lighter. At the end of the day, what will happen? The repercussions, your tariff they don't quick because you need to save enough energy. But we actually adjust on those appliances, you don't save enough energy for the neighbor where they near you like to get electricity. What will happen? We found out say they cannot inject their light into their transformer, they don't distribute their light and they found out say the demand is high. What will happen? If they trip, they return back because enable meet. What is they send up for what meet it pass. Now because of they use so many heavy appliances. So the trip will return back. If I don't see a light guy, if you 1 minute, it return back. Now because of their heavy appliances which some market, as you see a light car, they don't connect. You need to give chance for the other person. So we advise by this campaign now for manage your electricity. We want lead on hot all the bulbs there. If now one bulb say left and a parlor, hot all the appliances, their connections there, they step down, they hot they all they consume. By so doing, save enough energy for the next man and the next neighbor. Let's say enjoy light. How also you will make use of this like productive use of the electricity is very key. Gone on those days, you freezer enough only for keep plazas, 1 week plazas. You make how you put yourself freezer, this side they kick, light you 24 hours. All by so doing, what will happen? The top probably don't quick. That freezer they equally use them for make your ice cream, you will make your ginger beer, you make your cool water, you make your soft drink. Where then they will able multiply money for you. So this now they call savings, energy savings. You know, you don't make productive use of them. So at the end of the day, you will get enough money for buy top up. So that all that grumble, you know, go day. Top up there, now because of the appliances. So take responsibility for use your energy efficiently and effectively. What will happen? You yourself will enjoy the light. Exercise we will get enough money for you go pay your IPPs. That your neighbor, when you nobody use light, but if you not see your neighbor, need to use light. They use light but na illegal connections. You need to see meter, but you get light. Now for reports to the appropriate authority, report to ETSA or report to EWRC. Let the investigator position. You see some man, you meter the alarm. As net ritual, we light can meter the alarm. But light they constant use. Something is wrong. You raise an alarm to ETSA so that they will investigate. So Lord take responsibility. Lord take responsibility of their facility there. This is our government property. We own our government. Lord take responsibility and help our government for go before ETSA also for improve. Because there's a lot of reforms going on with ESA. If we will not help ESA also for perform everything now, but I don't know with the cast blame, but we know say the issues are happening within our community. Then we sit down, we set more, we need to talk. We will make things more worse. If a losses happen, there is no way to do but to factor those losses into the tariff, with the cost reflective tariff. So for Ambudan, they are take responsibility. By so doing, we all will go before as a nation.
Plenty, thank you, Mr. Kaima. Well, we'll take a very short break. We'll come back, and we will come back. We will open also the line for let people to send their own comments and contribution towards this particular nationwide campaign.
Across Sierra Leone, let's unite. Efficient energy use, let's get it right. Protect our assets night and day. Follow the rules, pave the way. From the cities to the fields, together we can make a shield. Save our power, save our light. Every action, big or slight. Nationwide, we stand as one. Energy saving has begun. Like a path with what we know, let our bright future glow. Turn off the lights when not in sight. Unplug the plugs when day's bright. Every little step we take, a better energy world will make. Teach the children, teach our friends. Energy saving never ends. From the mountains to the shore, let's conserve, let's do more. From the cities to the fields, together we can make a shield. Save our power, save our light. Every action, big or slight. From the cities to the fields, together we can make a shield. Save our power, save our light. Nationwide we stand as one. Energy saving has begun. Like a path with what we know, let our bright future glow. Turn off the lights when not in sight. Unplug the plugs when day's bright. Every little step we take, a better energy world will make.
Welcome back to the next session, as we can also open the line for you when you listen to this program, for also make your voice be heard and also you make a contribution. So the number we can send a text in at 078-359-299. 078-359-299. You can send a text message, make a comment or ask question, and also make any clarification we go on for make people in there where they go able to respond to you. I want to come to Mr. Mamson. You don't hear Mr. Alfred Kaima don't talk about responsible use of electricity. When I want big thing where plenty people not know how to do, because you go then at the office where you don't just say because they realize not when they pay for the electricity bill, you can just leave the AC on, it can even go. Failing for realize the AC it consume huge amount of power. They also realize when you know they use the light, if you put her off, but you can just left and so. This is the honor some of the things the way they make you tariff by tell them a done. Now I really want to look at the area where people them when they be said then they use their electricity also. then they use them gadget there so, but also failing to realize the type of gadget will also match with regards to energy consumption. Because I don't realize over the years people that they go in for Belgium materials. As an expert in the electricity field, how you able to advise people then so that that way will also help them for manage that small token when they buy from ETSA?
Yes, a very important for we talk about this particular area in a deep way. I will start with the foundation when it comes to electrical installations. We don't get instances in the country where people that do installations and where not the up standard. So one of the messages that we don't carry within this campaign, for let talk to people that for let them ensure say they take qualified electricians and for do their wiring. When you take the appropriate and qualified electrician, it will do your wiring professionally, and also you serve as the house owner ensure say you buy quality materials. If not the installer or the electrician, they go buy the materials and ensure say you follow up, and ensure say na quality cables and quality other materials that you don't buy for later do installation. That's one of the ways that we able minimize the cost of electricity usage within we house or we factory or commercial buildings. And let we get if you get an old consumer unit today up to now you get an house, you know, advisable for let we use that this way, because these days we get consumer unit the way they do within the network or within the system where at least na automatic break off then where the any bad current car whatsoever happen it can able trip on you. So we they encourage people then follow the ensure say they get this qualified people them as sabi people that follow they able do the wiring. Another area again where we go really encourage people then now follow they do energy audits. Energy audit na activity after some time you take qualified electrician, it can assess your house. A cable can see which areas they get faults, whether na socket get problem, na electrical equipment they get problem, na electronics equipment they get problem, na wiring get problem. As if they do that energy audit, the result go able help you for like you able see how you go able improve on your system at the house, and that go able help you for like reduce cost. And you know, only help you with that again, it will able save life and property. Because sometimes when we get fault within the system, we not try for amendment, they can lead to fire. Sometimes they can lead to leakages within, and that leakage go add to electricity bill. So let they do energy audit, especially the one that where they get in factories or commercial buildings, and very important quarterly or as often as the case may be, let they could do energy audit. It will help them for let they able reduce any cost. Also, when it comes to you don't get a very good system like facility, but something the way you need for do again for let reduce on cost. We get electronics equipment in the house. We get AC, we get refrigerator, we get freezer, we get electric goods, and we get water heater, we get and electric cookers and others. These are our equipment that all they use in the house where they use electricity. But we don't define out say they use things and the market don't plenty. And because they don't plenty, and most of the cheaper people that they go in front so much, but they go with a price, they go with a cost. And what's not the cost? Most of the things that what they buy when I use things from the market, when I electrical equipment, and I things that what they don't use overseas for some time, what it means say the efficiency don't drop. And since the efficiency don't drop, you go buy and it go consume more electricity in your hand compared to a new one. And apart from that again, some of the way that they don't make that sometimes back, they make that with high wattages, and meaning that they consume more power. So now that reason make we only encourage people then from the start of this campaign for we ensure say people that buy new electrical and electronics equipment in the houses. When you buy new one, it's more efficient. When you buy a new one, and it will able to give you the kind of quality service where you actually deserve for kids from the value of money where you don't put into the material. And also when it comes to the energy consumption, it is reduced because most of the electrical things that they make these days now of low wattages. Today we can get TV that when 120 watts, 200 watts, and so on. Now TVs that they can these days when LED TVs and whether they can 60 watts, 50 watts, where they consume low power for let they able do the same service where the older one that they do. So they really encourage people that for let they ensure say even when it comes to the bulbs and except for security reasons or special places that also supposed to get like 100 watt, 200 watt, we can buy bulbs in for their areas in it. But as far as it comes to dwelling, let we ensure say we buy energy saver bulbs in, LED bulbs in, then they last for long, and also then don't they consume better. Most of they come with 15 watts, 10 watts, 20 watts, as the case may be. That also can able help for that way we will reduce on cost. And the other side again, where people then whether they build houses, and you house owner, look at where they build the house, especially if now your house you they build. As you build a house, think of something how you be able think about natural lighting and ventilation. This one again cable help. That's why within a warm and a country in the region, but it will help in terms of lighting. Where you get natural lighting, you just open door, you place bright, or your window slide one, you slide down, so you place bright, you parlor, you play. That will help you for reduce on the cost. But some house and or some parlors that we don't enter, if light the 24 hours. 24 hours they light it on at the parlor, 24 hours they light it on at the room. This all they add to your bill, they increase the bill. So they build houses there. Let we ensure say, let we bring these innovations and the technologies in how we able to utilize the natural and ventilations that we got don't give we that we able minimize on the ACs that what they use. These are some of the ways that they encourage people then for let they will use lights so that we able reduce on the cost and we able reduce on the demand. Because the more you want to take more power, it go just appear to enter, they say more consumers they need power because the transformers that they overload, and what did they happen? You see some of the phases that they trip, and whether they trip some customers and they get along the line, and you not only tap the one that were at the far end of the network, where the far end that they get low voltages and they know they get better supply, others that they suffer. But when we reduce on with cost, or when we reduce on the consumption, let's say per month we use something like an 80 units. But now, because we manage electricity, find one a house or cut another to 50 units, the 30 units, now money you don't save, now huge money, then there's over 100,000. And apart from that again, you don't leverage that power there to another people that are at the far end of the network. They will use them. And also that they inform EDSA say, too much pressure on the network. Now people then they use the network fine one. So what that they tell EDSA, no, let's not go in for more power. Because the more pressure we put on the network, and it's like when they say EDSA they say the demand day. So what did they happen? Then they're going for more contracts for they add on the power. But during the day for will pay a big problem. So but when we utilize the electricity fine way, it can really help we. And it's very important, especially the industries and factories and let they do quarterly or biannually let they do an assessment of the electricity. And that cable really help. Where we do and that it can help we for protect your houses, and it can help you for cut down on cost, cut down on energy consumption, and it can protect we life and property then what they use now the housing. This are some of the advice and where we they give people then. And apart from that again, another way they how we can help we set up now the communities and when it comes to people that whether they vandalize electricity. As I don't say earlier, the crime that they commit, but we self-cable play a role. We self-cable be a watchdog, especially to the asset the way we they use in our community. Because I don't talk say when they cut the copper cable by the transformer, it will take some time. It's not cable fix at times, 1 week or days. Almighty suffer in the community, but when we be a watchdog, that cable help we follow continue forget. Continuous service. And also let we ensure say we don't see in our communities that also must carry bank poles or transformers and sometimes let we hold the people that they to tax. Let we hold them and bring them to the police or the community stakeholders and let them ensure say they pay for the damage where they don't do so far. People that whether they tip light, let we hold them. When we hold them, let we hand over to the police and EDSA. We go ensure say, or they go ensure say the people that pay for the losses and where they don't do to the network. Because if not to that day, at the end of the day, they go into tariff. So let we take community actions that we go able to help with, let we continue for get smooth service from EDSA within the community. Let we be responsible citizens and let we be a watchdog. As my brother be they say, if you know say anybody tip light, warner. If you not take warning, now for report. Or if it's possible, people that they do any bad thing at the network, we will report. Let we be an ambassador to people then whether they do this act. At the end of the day, now all they pay for it, we as consumers, because they go into tariff, and when we go into tariff, what did they happen? Now we they pay for it. So, but when we be that kind of and responsible citizen, and that way will help you for that will reduce on cost. And when we get this kind of knowledge, or they give to people, then that way will help them for let them able protect their life. That way will help them for protect their property, and that way will reduce on the bills and whether they pay as far as electricity is concerned. So let we continue for be a watchdog in the communities.
Plenty. Thank you, Mr. Mamson, for such wonderful message. Family where they listen to it, this now the nationwide energy sensitization campaign where they come to you live now the Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation. And we will bring the program to you today. Me and my name Komba. You yourself when you watch it today, you also got a responsibility for also participate by sending you text message on 078-359-299. 078-359-299. I want to come to Mr. Alfred Kaima. You just don't hear from waiting we colleague don't talk about with regards to responsible uses and also waiting people they need for understand with regards to the gains in terms of electricity appliances then where people they need for the use now in various homes, offices then. Now this now one area where I really want for the place emphasis on where I payment for tariff. We realize that plenty of people that want for use service, but the payment can become a burden. Fambu then go really good. It'll be good for let Fambu then know why they need for the pay the EDSA tariff, and also waiting will be the impact if they not pay this EDSA tariff.
Yeah, just like what you say, the payment will become a burden where you know overuse or you don't misuse the facility. You make mention of something we call an elephant in the room. You know, in as much as we talk to Fambu Deyanda, equally, let's also talk to government institutions that are using government facility, electricity, 50 fat away, 50, not to the pay, in our government they pay. And because of the misuse them, and our government they pay, that body they go to government. And government not going to pay all the money, so all that is some of the huge areas on EDSA. You know, so do ya una dinner the government institutions then they where you know say you want come on hot AC put her off manage your electricity you know me for saying to you pay for light bill if for misuse them no wait the way you want go home where you know off make sure say you put all switch them off before you go by so do you not help government also for manage the electricity and government says go able to pay that bill. But if you AC do on 24 hours, whether you did it, you know, so until we get me to say you just left the AC on, you go. You find out where you can at that office. The office is cold at nearly 1 cake. So Lord learn for the safe energy and their government institutions there. You know me for say because you need pay, so do you manage the resources with government because it's a huge body on government to pay their areas there. So do you this now message to all na the work na the MD's office, the government institution that you did na the military barracks and they did na the police barracks and they do you na manage government resources when I use the lights when I use it efficiently and effectively. We want come if you know say this particular appliances they do on alter. We can still switch AC on and continue. But not let for on say they go meeting after 2 hours. That after 2 hours what have been in an office? Nobody not be did it. Because all the losses are the areas and they therefore be factored into the tariff. So this are the only way we will save enough money for even government for pay EDSA. So do you have an opportunity with our advice now, make use of the energy very well. Use efficiently. There was a time we get a meeting. You know, we as we don't meet one common, I do it go out the AC. That tells you that it's energy savings. As you what I say energy savings. That means we also for land their responsibility for land for save with energy. We not come on at the office, put the light there off, put the AC off, you know save for that particular. So from there, this is an opportunity for law really manage with resources and get value for money. So from there, that me award Danny for now.
Plenty thank you to Mr. Alfred Kaima. I think say the simplicity way you don't try for put it just like if you get your credit now your phone. If you know the user, you know they done. But if you continue the user, you just left out by the time it is done. So also with the electricity token, make sure say any energy appliances where you know they use, put her off. For that we do with last word, I will let follow Mr. Mamsili comment on compliance issues.
Yes, compliance now something very important in the business where we could do every day. And naturally when you look at human being, plenty people then no one for be just be law abiding. Let them not just one for the obey law then. Now so that resistance in most humans. But honestly speaking, now something where we certainly for try and practice for the do because compliance they help you for avoid problems like how they try for talk about electricity theft. If you're not person where you they obey law, it can able help you for let you avoid problems. they say somebody thief electricity, of course, one of we find a penalties and you go pay 50,000 euros, you go jail for 5 years, or you do both. So look at that price the way you pay. So as far as compliance is concerned, now something we need for do, and when we become compliance, it benefit we, and not only no more it benefit, also the benefit the service providers when are ETA and others in the sector. So a very important where we don't say for will be responsible citizens. It means say we need to be compliant to laws and not touch the light we're not supposed to touch, not tamper with meter, and do whatsoever we will do within so that we will be a responsible citizen, so that we will benefit from the activities.
Plenty thank you Fambona so get for the cutting down for today, and this program will don't be a nationwide energy sensitization campaign. We don't come to you live now the Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation. Me will bring the program come to you. Me and my name Komba, and till next time we'll meet back.
Leon, let's unite. Efficient energy use, let's get it right. Protect our assets night and day. Follow the rules, pave the way. From the cities to the fields, together we can make a shield. Save our power, save our life.
Life no go ever sweet without
that thing what we call love. Now that make
No fact na a very good program where any big person can look and enjoy.
Now the kind program we for spend time for watch. Now the kind program we for spend time for sit down for look.
And this program it made around format and I wonder you say life.
The Love Factor show about family,
love, counseling.
Relationship. We say we dey build and maintain relationship. This na program. We say we dey counsel you for let you know how for dey with your partner. Let you know how for settle disputes between you and your heart to heart.
Well, you do your for yourself.
Join the Love Factor team every Sunday, 10 p.m. for help make we all enjoy love and peace.
Are you tired of watching or listening to uninteresting television channels? Then your worries have been addressed, as the SLBC Podium is the answer to your concern.
The SLBC television show, The Podium, is one of the programs you can't afford to miss as a guest or a viewer.
Oh yes, Podium is a show where the mighty and the low will like to sit, because it is a trusted medium to channel your views, concerns and aspirations for Sierra Leone and other happenings around the globe.
Podium is where you get breaking news, because everyone wants to talk to us. If you hear it on Podium, ask no further.
Don't forget to join us every midday from Monday to Friday as we ask the hard questions that you otherwise would have asked to the newsmakers, the movers and shakers of events.
Don't miss the opportunity to be part of Sierra Leone's topmost midday show, The Podium, where the agenda is set for others to follow. Thanks for watching. God bless you. Goodbye.
Where use? You get use?
Yes, I get use.
This is the program where they give you the use where they happen all about the country.
Inside where use, we go take you text, Facebook and WhatsApp message. You complain where you go send as letter to the producer. We dey announce about things them working loss and plenty more.
We are there all about the country, but you self help for being the use that you area.
Where use? The original program where they give you updates.
Where use? You get use?
Yes, I get use.
Sierra Leone is a country on a new path of development, a new direction. As we awaken to a new sense of patriotism and pride as Sierra Leoneans, the SLBC brings together enlightened senior citizens with much experience to help steer Sierra Leoneans on the path of a defined course of pride and consciousness, a constructive nationalism. So, join the SLBC for the program Constructive Nationalism. Come and let's build Sierra Leone every Saturday at 3 p.m. on the SLBC. Constructive Nationalism on the SLBC.
I am Aminata Fofana, a reporter, a presenter, and an anchor for the SLBC.
I am Dennis Fraser, a reporter and presenter here at the Public Broadcaster, and this is the SLBC.
Hi, I am Cynthia Kamara, a news anchor, a reporter, radio presenter, and announcer. I find pleasure in keeping you updated, and it's a pleasure.
Hello everyone, I am Stella Frederica Bangura, a reporter and presenter at the Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation. Stay tuned all day, every day. Cheers.
Hi everyone, I am Cecilia Alice Cisse, a news anchor, radio and television reporter and presenter, and an announcer. I take interest in stories of human interest, particularly women and girls and minority rights issues. So, keep watching the SLBC, the authentic voice of Sierra Leone.
My name is Daphne Kimamakoli and I'm a reporter, presenter, producer, and I am a voice at the state broadcaster, the SLBC.
We are the national broadcaster, and I am Sulaiman Baba Toure, a reporter and presenter at the SLBC. Your voice, my voice.
From the commercial department, I am Rejaina Bangura. You are watching SLBC. Your voice, my voice.
I am Jonathan Turner, a reporter for Silent Broadcasting Corporation, SLBC. As a reporter, I do stories on education, health, politics, and more. Stay glued with SLBC to watch my stories. Your voice, my voice.
Lucian Ganda, producer Weyus, and producer and presenter Christian Editions on TV. This is the SLBC.
I am William Wise, presenter Weyus and also reporter at the SLBC, and this is the SLBC.
I am Salma Tabak, television executive producer. I produce programs on both radio and television. I'm a news anchor, a presenter, an announcer on radio. I enjoy what I do because I serve a public service broadcaster. It's a pleasure to work with the SLBC. I am Tilly Koma, Head of News and Current Affairs Unit, Silent Broadcasting Corporation. Our news hour now covers several segments. We have entertainment, business, weather, sports, ferry schedule, and human interest stories, not forgetting politics. We are doing all that to keep you people posted on what's happening all over the country. Thanks for being with us at SLBC. Keep blue. We are the best.
My name is Samuel Bangura, a camera operator at SLBC. I always capture the scene you see on TV. So stay glued to the public broadcaster.
My name is Abdul Kabia, a news anchor and sports producer at SLBC.
Hello, I am Esther Maisama, reporter and presenter of SLBC Sport.
I am Princess Gibson, executive producer, radio, gatekeeping, radio content, producer, Public Square, your program that brings you conversation on topical issues, and also presents our breakfast show, Good Morning Sierra Leone.
Hello, my name is Daphne Zainab Kamara. I am a television producer at the SLBC. I also read the news on television and present the podium on television too. I also announce on radio. Stay tuned to the SLBC.
Providing authentic information has been one of the pillars that SLBC relies on. I am Mohamed Simbi Koma, a reporter who has developed insatiable appetite for human interest stories. Continue to stay with Silent Broadcasting Corporation for your best in broadcast journalism.
As a public broadcaster, we believe in giving out objective stories, and your interest is our concern. I am Moses Sile Conte, a reporter at the Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation. Stay tuned.
We know
Where use? You get use?
Yes, I get use.
This is the program where they give you the use where they happen all about the country.
Inside where use, we go take you text, Facebook and WhatsApp message. You complain where you go send as letter to the producer. We dey announce about things them working lost and plenty more.
We are there all about the country. But you self the for being the use that you area.
Where use? The original program where they give you updates.
Where use? You get use?
Yes, I get use.
Are you tired of watching or listening to uninteresting television channels? Then your worries have been addressed, as the SLBC Podium is the answer to your concern.
The SLBC television show, The Podium, is one of the programs you can't afford to miss as a guest or a viewer.
Oh yes, Podium is a show where the mighty and the low will like to sit, because it is a trusted medium to channel your views, concerns and aspirations for Sierra Leone and other happenings around the globe.
Podium is where you get breaking news, because everyone wants to talk to us. If you hear it on Podium, ask no further.
Don't forget to join us every midday from Monday to Friday as we ask the hard questions that you otherwise will have asked to the newsmakers, the movers and shakers of events.
Don't miss the opportunity to be part of Sierra Leone's topmost midday show, The Podium, where the agenda is set for others to follow. Thanks for watching. God bless you. Goodbye.
Life no go ever sweet without
that thing what we call love. Now that make
Love Factor na a very good program where any big person can look and enjoy.
Now the kind program we for spend time for watch. Now the kind program we for spend time for sit down for look.
And this program is me I don't learn from and I wonder you save life.
The Love Factor show is about family, love, counseling,
relationship. So we dey build and maintain relationship. This na program so we dey counsel you for let you know how for dey with your partner, let you know how for settle disputes between you and your heart to heart.
Well, you do.
Good afternoon and welcome to News Hour, coming to you live on the Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation. I am Stella Bangura. Coming up, lawmakers ratify the Millennium Challenge Compact and its program implementation agreement. SLBC Director General says the public broadcaster operates a free, fair and pluralistic airspace. And National Women's Congress of the APC party calls for more elective positions for women in the party. These stories and more in this edition of News Hour. Stay with us.
And now to our fourth story. The All People's Congress, APC National Women's Congress, has ended its 2-day conference at the party headquarters in Freetown with the theme APC Women Stand Up for Equality, Peace, Unity and Justice. Abdul Kabir has more.
We want the information from the right channel. We want justice.
Key party leaders attended the event, including 2023 presidential flag bearer Dr. Samura Kamara, Secretary General Lansana Doumbouya, and party chairman Minkailu Mansare. The conference aimed to address the various challenges hindering women's involvement in politics and to promote the overall well-being of the party. Women's leader Mariama Bangura reaffirmed a commitment to empowering women and advancing the ideals of the APC. She urged the party to enhance women's participation in party activities and foster unity within the APC. Dr. Samura Kamara commended the women's wing for tackling critical issues, while Secretary General Lansana Doumbouya praised their initiatives to forge a clear developmental path for the APC. The women's wing expressed optimism about repositioning the party ahead of the 2028 elections through their collective effort. They hope to provide sustainable solutions that will streamline the APC's progress and strengthen its foundation for the future. Abdul Kabir, SLBC News.
An inspiring transformation has taken place at the Princess Christian Maternity Hospital, PCMH, one of Sierra Leone's busiest healthcare facilities for women and children. The newly revamped unit is not just a facelift, it is a lifeline for many citizens, Jonathan Turner reports.
Over the years, Princess Christian Maternity Hospital, PCMH, has been critical in providing a sound health care delivery, yet overburdened facility, saving thousands of patients each day with limited resources and outdated equipment. This renovation, however, has given the hospital a new lease on life, equipping it with innovative medical tools, an upgraded pharmacy, and modern facilities that will ensure faster and more effective care. One of the major highlights of the upgrading is the introduction of a new and fully equipped pharmacy. This facility will provide immediate access to essential medicines, reduce delays in treatments, and improving patient outcomes for women in labor, children in critical condition, and those seeking emergency attention. Medical equipment, often limited in Sierra Leone's healthcare system, has also been provided through QAM's support, including life-saving devices and tools for emergency interventions that will enable doctors and nurses to work more efficiently and offer a higher standard of care.
And this is very important. We are here today to say each other that we are resistant. We want to reduce zero maternal death, improving the quality of care.
With this massive facelift, PCMH is now better positioned to tackle the country's high maternal and infant mortality rates, offering a safer, more efficient space for the people who needed it most.
Zero preventable maternal deaths at PCMH. And what we saw is a major investment in the outpatient department. We've seen a lot of equipment and supplies. We see a very, very motivated staff. We see a pharmacy that's stocked with products, and I think what we're going to see is a radical transition of high quality healthcare services for pregnant women and their babies.
As Sierra Leone continues to work towards building a stronger healthcare system, the renovated outpatient and emergency unit at the PCMH stands as a powerful symbol of progress, resilience, and the life-saving potential of improved medical infrastructure. For SLBC News, Jonathan Turner reporting.
Something I love to do. There is something I love to do. There is something I love to do. Hey, we want to catch my babies. Hey, we want to catch my babies. Hey, we want to catch
Parliament has unanimously ratified the Millennium Challenge Compact and the Program Implementation Agreement between the Republic of Sierra Leone and the United States of America. The $480 million grant agreement, which was tabled by the Minister of Finance, Ahmed Fantamadi Bangura, received the blessing of the whole House after over 4 hours of debate. Dennis Fraser reports.
All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those against say nay. The ayes have it.
The debate leading up to the ratification of the MCC Compact and Project Implementation Agreement yielded much praises from both sides of the aisle. But that did not prevent the Deputy Speaker, Honorable Ibrahim Taha Conte, and other legislators from the opposition to critically examine the components of the agreement and for sustainable electric power supply to the nation.
What I expect, or what I was expecting in this document, is that in as much as we want to improve energy capacity, I feel our core focus would have been to develop Bubuna.
Mr. Speaker, honorable members, not too far ago I talked about us as a nation neglecting the Bubuna Phase 2 is an outcry we must take seriously as members of parliament.
Grey areas in the agreement the opposition MPs identified were the exclusion of the electricity generation components, payment of interest, and provisions in the agreement for approval of allocations of subventions to critical players in the sector.
I've gone through all the schedule. I see the emphasis is on distribution and transmission, but I see no provision for generation.
Sierra Leone will fulfill or meet the conditions attached to the award of this compact. And one of the conditions is to ensure that the 84 recommendations from the tripartite, they are fully achieved.
The identification of these grey areas provoked a strong debate from lawmakers from across the political divide that led to accusations and counter-accusations. But the Speaker swiftly halted the debate with strong words of wisdom.
I really want you to help me by not allowing this House to go political today.
The great Speaker.
I'm pleading with you. Because as far as I know, the compact is good for the rest of Sierra Leone.
Closing the debate, both the leader of the opposition, Honorable Abdul Kagbo, and the acting leader of government business, Honorable Bashiru Siliki, cited the critical role of electricity to the growth and development of the nation. But the leader of the opposition admonished both the government and the opposition to work collectively for a successful implementation. The acting leader, however, noted that the agreement was for all Sierra Leoneans, and it will be of no good if the country fails to live up to the expectations of the agreement. Despite the disagreements, legislators from across the political divide saw the agreement as an unprecedented opportunity for the development of the country's energy sector. Parliament also debated and committed the Child Rights Bill 2024, which will be repealing and replacing the Child Rights Act of 2007. SLBC, Dennis Fraser reporting.
And now with news from the information sector. The Chairman Right to Access Information Commission has disclosed that the Commission has recorded over 13,000 Freedom of Information requests since 2023 to date, 90% of which were successful. Dr. Ibrahim Segashaw made the disclosure during the 10th anniversary of the Commission, themed Access to Information in Sierra Leone. Mohamed Toure witnessed the ceremony and reports.
The 10th anniversary of the Right to Access Information Commission was marked by a symposium with state and non-state actors focused on the theme Access to Information in Sierra Leone. According to the chairman, Dr. Ibrahim Segashaw, the Commission operates within the ambit of the laws established based on Section 25 of the 1991 Constitution of Sierra Leone, which guarantees freedom of expression. 10 years on since the Commission was set up and fully constituted in October 2014, several gains have been made to provide a democratic space for monitoring government affairs, opening up space for political participation, and graduating from a culture of secrecy to a culture of openness in public management. He highlighted that between 2014 and 2017, the Commission achieved the opening of a data portal, a data readiness assessment report, projects and programs related to institutional and infrastructure developments, compliance and enforcement, and national and international partnerships of the Commission.
And then in 2023, that's the year, just the financial year that passed, is going to be part of the report. I'm going to give you that information now. 19,496 FOI requests were recorded nationally, out of which over 90,000 were successful. This represents a giant leap from the 13,117 recorded nationally in the 2020 financial year. There are, of course, few standout cases. I'm sure you must have followed, some that were highly mediatized. For instance, the Bank of Sierra Leone versus Matakago, and the Sembe Mara versus CSL. There are a lot of the media leaks versus Ministry of Planning and Economic Development.
Minister of Information and Civic Education, Chernoba, stressed the power of freedom of information for national development, as functional information leads to national development for any country. Minister disclosed that the ministry is in the final stages of the archive law, government information policy, and data protection law that will align with the RAIC to strengthen the institution to ensure more democratic space is provided, which will be called Data Protection and Right to Access Information Commission. The symposium, moderated by Director General, Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation, Josephine Kamara, and the Executive Secretary, Right to Access Information Commission, Honorable Mustafa Brema, focus on the evaluation of access to information in Sierra Leone, role of access to information in promoting human rights, transparency, and good governance. The event provided a platform for civil society organizations, state institutions that create space for accountability, and the first chairman of the commission to share input on efforts made to improve access to information and discuss what needs to be done to enhance the commission democratic safe space. SLBC News, Mohamed Lamintu reporting.
The Lumley to Aberdeen Beach Light, which was officially inaugurated 3 months ago, is already making a significant impact on both security and the economy, especially for businesses along the beach. This new development has been a symbol of progress for local safety and economic growth for traders, pedestrians, tourists, and both commercial and private vehicles plying that route. Our intern reporter Esther Bassi compiled this report and read in the studios by Cecilia Sise.
And also stimulate local businesses, thereby attracting more visitors in a safer atmosphere for evening activities, fostering a stronger sense of community engagement. A worker at Freetown Golf Club, Abubakar Sow, said the light has been a good initiative by the government, adding that the safety of the beach has attracted more tourists and customers are coming out feeling safe, enjoying what they have to offer.
The cooking game members they can work for job first at the beach, then 6 to 7.
People feel comfortable to stay till odd hours. Prior to now, people were afraid to jog on the sand because it was unsafe unless they seek guide. We used to hear gunshots, armed robbers attacking people, but all of that are dead and gone.
That's 2 years back, we were here and stayed and shoot person, right now it's difficult for them to go back.
Amara Sise, a bike rider, expressed his view in a delightful mood over the inception of the beach light, thereby appreciating the government for an impressive work done.
So I knew to ride this bike here, so 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock, and I get my pass out. If I want to no possible for that.
Before the inception of these lights, I cannot ride my bike after 9 p.m. Neither could I break to use the restroom. But the coming of these lights has made me to walk until 3 a.m. without any fear. I want to thank the government for this impactful development.
So now all get collapsed because of this lights here. I don't like by you.
Santiki Kagbo, youth leader, mentioned that the inception of the beach light has enhanced permanent safety, especially for them who come around to play football and volleyball, adding that it has boosted their level of confidence by staying late with no thought of harmful activities or theft done. As the installation of beach lights from Lumley to Aberdeen progresses, Freetown stands on the edge of a transformative change. This initiative not only enhances safety along our coastline, but also fosters economic growth. With brighter nights ahead, we can expect a re-energized community space that encourages evening activities and promotes a sense of security for all.
The National Cooperative Credit Union Association has unveiled its supervisory board that includes the Bank of Sierra Leone Cooperative Department in the Ministry of Trade and the National Cooperative Credit Union. The supervisory board is a crucial governing body that will be responsible to oversee the operations and policies of credit union, among others. Emmanuel Samura has the story.
The National Cooperative Credit Union Association has been the body supervising primary credit unions in Sierra Leone, but the 1977 Cooperative Act that gave birth to NACWA has been silent about the legal standing of the National Cooperative Credit Union Association. The supervisory board involving the Central Bank, the Ministry of Trade and the National Cooperative Credit Union Association is a tripartite arrangement that has now given some legal backing to NACWA to oversee operations and policies of the credit union, but also meant to ensure credit union grow, become financially stable, and to also safeguard the interests of its members.
Set and enforce sound business practices for credit unions, establish reporting requirements for credit unions. One thing about good institutions, especially financial institutions, you have to be reporting how you spend the money, both for the benefit of your members and even for the benefit of us, the regulators. So they have to enforce sound reporting requirements.
Chairperson of NACWA, Lamin Kamara, said that with the new arrangement, they will be robust in supervising the capital adequacy of primary credit unions, among others.
Most challenging aspect where we have to supervise adequately, it's when it comes to the prudential requirements to actually run a credit union vis-a-vis your capital adequacy, your liquidity adequacy. We look at all that, your cash management efficiency. These are some of the areas we don't take lightly when we supervise these credit unions.
Lamin Kamara also noted that they are happy for the eventual setup and operationalization of the supervisory board because it gives confidence to people about credit union in the country.
It's to bring confidence to the Sierra Leonean populace. Sometimes when you tell people we are collecting monies, we're collecting shares, monies in form of shares, in some form of savings, the confidence, is my money going to be safe in your hands? Will always be the following question. So, having an institution like Bank of Sierra Leone assuring people that we are supervising the process, I think it is one of the most credible institutions you can find in our country when it comes to monetary issues.
Whereas the Acting Training and Education Officer, Department of Cooperative Ministry of Trade, Joseph Saidu Bangua, was happy for such an arrangement, adding that it is a plus to them as well.
As a ministry, we supervise and we see how those CEOs of cooperative or financial institutions are being supervised throughout the country. For the Bank of Sierra Leone, at least to be part of us, to see how we will supervise them, I think that is a wake-up call and there is an added advantage to us because the CEOs will know that now we are doing a business for real.
Credit unions offer people a safe space to keep their money from as little as 1 loan per day to help people build their savings to address their needs. And the National Cooperative Credit Union Association is the apex body of all credit unions in Sierra Leone. Emmanuel Samura, SLBC.
The Ministry of Environment and Climate Change has successfully concluded the third phase of its symbolic tree planting initiative in Moemba District. This ongoing project is a crucial step towards environmental conservation and combating climate change in the country. Jorian Dumboya has details.
Trees play a vital role in maintaining ecological balance by absorbing carbon dioxide, providing oxygen, and preventing soil erosion. By planting trees in Moyamba, Ministry of Environment and Climate Change is demonstrating its commitment to environmental conservation, climate change mitigation, and sustainable development. Paramount Chief Fire Sondofo Brema Sovola IV of Kamanje Chiefdom noted that deforestation has been a significant problem in his community.
This is a project designed by government, and for every plot, for every group that is partaking in the planting process, we have constitutions that is binding us, and we have bylaws, and we have memorandum of understanding between us and the ministry, and which we will not want to be defaulters to. We want to keep that, and we want to make sure that we keep our bylaws firm.
Minister of Environment and Climate Change Jiwo Abdullahi highlighted that the project was launched in 2020 with the aim of restoring degraded areas affected by deforestation.
So the main thing we've done this year is that the tree planting is owned by the communities. We have community management committees, or community forest management committees, and they're the ones who are responsible for ensuring that they maintain these trees. Because at the end of the day, these trees are going to be owned by the communities. It's not the government, central government, that owns these trees. It's the communities that own the trees.
In another development, Deputy Minister of Environment and Climate Change, Mena Soba Stephens, launched the Phase 3 of the National Tree Planting Project at Mosako Village, Bawa Chiefdom. Madam Soba Stephens educated her people on the Pillar 1 of the Big 5 game changers, that the environment will only protect us if we protect our environment. She officially handed over seedlings to various organizations and encouraged the people to own the tree planting and tree growing and desist from deforestation and bush burning. Chief Sumaila Bange and the coordinator for Barwa Women in Agriculture and Development Cooperative Society, Madam Mary Yambasu, expressed their commitment in taking care of the trees. The Ministry of Environment remains hopeful that through continued efforts, climate change can be eradicated in the near future. For SLBC, Julian Dumbia reporting.
In an effort to regulate the operations of NGOs and ensure effective service delivery, the Ministry of Social Welfare has signed Service Level Agreements (SLA) with about 70 non-governmental organizations in the country. The program, which took place at the Ministry of Social Welfare Conference Room, brought together representatives from different NGOs, social workers, and the Minister of Planning and Economic Development. Our reporter, Christiana Kamara, has more.
The service level agreements between the Ministry of Social Welfare with different NGOs described how their level of performance will be measured and approved by the ministry and what happens if their performance levels are not met. Minister of Social Welfare Melrose Kaminti said the effort was geared towards coordinating in order to avoid duplication among non-governmental organizations, noting they are expected to cater for the vulnerable population.
So as a ministry, we believe that since the Ministry of Planning and Economic Development is at the heart of this coordination, we have to come together and sign a service level agreement with our partners, that is the NGO, to be able to give them what it takes to operate, the enabling environment, because they need it. They cannot work alone, neither can government work alone. We need our partners. Therefore, we have to sign an agreement, sometimes we even call it MOU, so that we are all on the same page.
By formalizing these partnerships, the ministry aims to enhance the regulation of NGO activities and ensure improved service delivery to the public. According to the Minister of Planning and Economic Development, Kenya Bale, the government has designated her ministry to be in charge of facilitating and coordinating the implementation and operations of non-governmental organizations. She admonished non-governmental organizations to work in accordance with their service top-level agreement, adding that they must ensure that 70% of allocated funds must be used on implementations, whereas the remaining 30% could be used for administrative purposes. It was also noted that the agreement will promote transparency, accountability, and efficiency in the delivery of social welfare services, which will ultimately benefit different communities across Sierra Leone, especially the vulnerable population.
Our ministry follows up on the registration of NGOs. We're responsible for the registration. Then we follow up in the fields on the activities that are being implemented. So twice a year, the unit goes out and verifies that these NGOs are doing what they said they were going to do, or what is outlined in their plan. So what we want to do is to have also joint monitoring visits with the Ministry of Social Welfare and other line ministries, because there are a huge number of NGOs in the country and a limited number of staff. But still, the staff has managed to monitor the operations of every NGO in the country.
This move signifies a proactive approach by the government to strengthening the NGO sector and improve the overall welfare and development outcomes in the country. SLBC News are in Freetown. Christian Akama reporting.
The Deputy Minister of Technical and Higher Education, Sajo Aziz Kamara, is currently attending the maiden edition of the Africa Skills Week, organized by the African Union Commission, Department of Education, Science, Technology and Innovation alongside its partners. The event is hosted by Ghana's Ministry of Education. Jonathan Turner reports.
Delivering the keynote address on the theme Catalyzing Youth Voices for Quality Skills Development for Sustainable Employability in Africa, Deputy Minister of Technical and Higher Education, Sajo Aziz Kamara, said that the African Skills Week should mark the beginning of a concerted effort to place youth at the center of the continent's development agendas. He emphasized the need for collaboration between youth, policymakers, educators, and industry leaders to transform skills development systems. This will ensure education and training programs are better aligned with industry demands, leading to sustainable employability for Africa's young population. Sajo Aziz Kamara highlighted the progress Sierra Leone has made in the area of technical and vocational education and training, TVET, as Sierra Leone recently completed a World Bank-funded skills development project that trained over 20,000 beneficiaries and strengthened the capacity of public and private TVET institutions. He encouraged young people to continue advocating for policies that promote quality education and skills training, foster entrepreneurship, and ensure access to opportunities in emerging sectors. For SLBC News, Jonathan Turner reporting.
The United Nations Office for West Africa and the Sahel and UN Women have concluded the 15th edition of the Regional Open Day on the United Nations Security Council Resolution 1325. The UNSC Resolution 1325 is cognizant about the protection and empowerment of women and girls in the aftermath of armed conflicts. The event brought together key regional stakeholders to discuss the progress and challenges in advancing roles of women, youth, peace and security agenda in West Africa and the Sahel. Jonathan Turner again.
The forum provided a platform for direct dialogue between senior UN officials and women and young leaders from across the sub-region. Special representative of the UN Secretary General for West Africa and Sahel, Simayo Leonardo, underscored the importance of ensuring that women and young people have a central role in shaping peace and security strategies, noting that the full implementation of Resolution 1325 and its subsequent resolutions was essential for sustainable peace in West Africa and Sahel.
Open days on the Security Council Resolution 1325 on women, peace and security are an opportunity to reaffirm our commitment to supporting the participation of women in building peaceful and prosperous societies. Dear women, young women and men, leaders from the rural and urban areas of West Africa and the Sahel, thank you for the trust you have placed in the United Nations.
Government officials praised the contributions of women and youth to conflict resolution efforts in the country, and they remain committed to fostering partnerships that prioritize women's leadership and youth engagement in all peace and security initiatives.
Well, we're working together with all the ministries, so it is a multi-sectoral approach that we are taking. The third aspect is increased participation and representation of women in governance and decision-making bodies, including the security sector institutions.
1325 and progressive laws like the Gender Equality and Empowerment Act and Women's Empowerment Act of 2023. We have made notable progress in enhancing women's participation in leadership, peace building, and decision making.
Participants shared their experiences and challenges they face, including persistent gender-based violence, limited access to decision-making platforms, and the impacts of insecurity on youth development. Despite these obstacles, they highlighted significant progress made in advancing the Women, Youth, Peace and Security agenda. The regional Open Day, launched in 2010, continues to serve as a unique opportunity for women and youth to influence national and regional policies on conflict resolution and peace building. The outcomes of this year's discussions will inform ongoing efforts to address the challenges faced by women and young people in the region, ensuring that they remain at the forefront of peace and security efforts. For SLBC News, Jonathan Turner reporting.
Young people from across Mano River Union countries have been engaged in internet usage and governance through the Mano River Union Internet Governance Reform. The two-day engagement, which was held at Brookfield Hotel in Freetown, was also meant to bridge digital divide for inclusive development. Mohamed Korma tells us more.
Young people are considered ardent internet users who either share information or connect with people around the world. However, in an evolving internet space where misinformation and disinformation are prevalent, young people need proper education on internet usage and governance. That was the reason young people from Mano River Union countries such as Sierra Leone, Guinea, Liberia and Ivory Coast were engaged at New Brookfields Hotel in Freetown on the need for proper usage of the internet.
When it comes to safety and security, we spoke about cybersecurity. How do we keep young people safe? How do we keep families safe? How do we keep women safe? A lot of times we have seen and we have heard stories where people are being bullied on the internet, right? We have seen pictures. Even when, in our community sometimes, when somebody dies, quick, somebody takes a video of it and they share it all over the internet. Sometimes the family members don't even know this person has died and everybody else knows about it. So thinking about how do we really become more responsible when it comes to using the internet.
Representatives from Liberia and Guinea shared their experiences on the current internet situation in their various countries, stating that their experiences were not too different from Sierra Leone. The occasion was further spiced up with a panel discussion where stakeholders within the domain of communication and internet discussed on how to make communication across Mano River Union countries easier, affordable and accessible. For SLBC, Mohamed Korma reporting.
The Northern Region Women's Network has provided educational support in the form of school learning materials, cash and mentorship talk to the best performed girls of the 2024 National Primary School Examination (NPSE) from all 7 districts in the entire Northern Region. The engagement, which took place at the Tonkolili District Council Hall in Mabroka, attracted various education stakeholders from across the Northeast and Northwest regions. From Mabroka, Abdul Karim Kanu has more.
The award of certificates and presentation of educational materials and cash to the best performed girls at the 2024 National Primary School Examination, or NPSE, attracted pupils, teachers and parents from all 7 districts in the entire Northern Province. Addressing the gathering at the Tonkolili District Council Hall in Magboroka, President of the Northern Region Women's Network, Madam Aissatou Smith, said the group was launched in 2019 by Vice President Dr. Mohamed Julde Jallow with the aim of supporting women and girls' development in the north of Sierra Leone, especially in the area of education. She said the girls are being supported to motivate them to continue to work hard even as they are now in secondary schools. Madam Smith asked the authorities in Tonkolili district to identify 2 schools where the group will provide complete wash facilities, including toilets.
Our main goal is to support, inspire, mentor, educate, develop and network with women and girls from all 7 districts of the North as a means of enhancing their capacities for meaningful participation in the political and socio-economic development of Sierra Leone, as well as improving their livelihoods.
Deputy Director of Education, Tonkolili District, Jibril Albert Sise, commended the Northern Region Women's Network for providing the education support and mentorship talk for the 2024 Best Performed NPSE girls drawn from Falaba, Koinadugu, Potloko, Bombali, Karine, Kambia and Tonkolili districts.
Our sister, this is a Northern Region Women Network 2024 education support and mentorship.
Chairperson of the Tonkolili District Council, Madam Yabom Sise, reaffirmed the group's continued efforts to promote women and girls' empowerment through education.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I remain infinitely grateful to the Northern Region Women's Network for choosing Tonkolili District to host this great event. Thank you very much, my dear sisters. I also want to thank the Northern Region Women's Network for assisting us, for assisting the council during the corona epidemic.
Speaker after speaker, including Madam Aminata Toli, Dr. Frances Fona, and Madam Aminata Mansare, among several others, delivered mentorship talk on various topics to motivate the girls to take education seriously. The group also visited the Maboroka Correctional Center, where they provided sanitary kits to the female prisoners, and the Maboroka Government Hospital Maternity Ward, where they also supported pregnant and breastfeeding mothers, as well as some nurses with sanitary kits.
Let's go for business news.
Hello and welcome to Business Updates, the segment that brings you insight in business and its contribution toward positively impacting the economy. I am Moses Conte. In today's edition, SRBC takes a look at the hiking price of green leaves in various markets in Freetown. Though we are in the rainy season, there is an increase of prices of green leaves such as cassava leaf, green and others in the market. Customers and traders across Freetown are grumbling. Aminata Saisiri went out to gauge the situation at Kungu Market and files in this report.
Traders and customers in the capital city Freetown are facing increasing challenges due to the increase in the price of cassava leaf, green, and green. Traders are saying that the increase in the price is due to the heavy downpour and bad road network. The price increase is also affecting other businesses. Customers say the situation is affecting their choice of source, while traders are complaining of slow sales. Yenken Sise sells cassava leaf at Congo Market.
Cassava leaf, they buy it here for dozen, the red one.
White tea we buy 150 for dozen. So we tie 5,000. We carry we buy then 30, 50, 60. For now, plus house business, Simona. We tie 3,000.
Another trader, Musu Kamara, who sells green and green at Congo Market.
Green they buy the one side 40. We sell at 50. The water business, the water don't pour all the plantation. So that's what come. The stream.
Additionally, a clear contrast now shows that an increment of 25 loans has been added to the price of these local commodities. Business people are calling for a quick intervention that will salvage the situation, fearing that the effects could cripple the entire city's economic activities. SABC News are in Freetown. Aminata Saise reporting.
Many thanks to Aminata Saise for that report. Well, that's all for this edition of Business Updates. I am Moses Conte. Keep watching.
Many thanks to our business desk for that update. From business, we'll move on to sport update.
Hello and welcome to Sport Update News. I am a presenter, Esther Marie Samuel. In this edition of the Sport News, Sierra Leone beat African champions Ivory Coast in the 2025 African Cup of Nations qualifiers by a goal to nil at the SKD Stadium in Monrovia, Liberia. The 85th minute header from Amadou Bakayoko and the team the milestone feat. Well, the group is still open with Ivory Coast already through to the Nations Cup. Sierra Leone put up a stellar performance throughout the match. Here is an highlight of the game.
League. Just fall for Kolka in the penalty box. Côte d'Ivoire fallen all the way towards the back post. In fact, it was Sully then Issa Kalon. Samadia's cross collect qualification for them. Samadia into the middle and the header has been turned in. Fofana got a touch, but he couldn't keep it out. And Sierra Leone may be heading for a famous victory. It's Amadou Bakayoko who runs away in celebration. And the Leone Stars fans present here in Monrovia today are witnessing something potentially historic.
The head coach of the team, Amilou Kaim, was happy about the outcome of the match.
Yeah, I said it yesterday. Never mind we lost 4-0 to them. They are not a very strong team, great players, but every match has a different approach. They are approaching differently from what we saw in the last match. We correct our mistakes, then we improve on what we have to get our achievements. We still have a chance, and I'm very optimistic that we will qualify in the group stage. But this time now we have 4 points. We are going over our house in order to come back against
Congratulations, Leonsters. It was indeed a great feat. But that's it for Sports Updates on this. I have been your presenter, Esther Marie Samuel, saying goodbye, keep watching TSLBC.
Thanks to Esther Marie Samuel for that presentation. To end the news, the main points again. Lawmakers have ratified Millennium Challenge Compact and its program implementation agreement between the Republic of Sierra Leone and the United States of America. SLBC Director General Josephine Kamara has said that a public broadcaster operates a free, fair and pluralistic airspace since appointment as Director General. She made a disclosure during the Ministry of Information weekly press briefing in Freetown hosted to update the public on government activities. and National Women's Congress of the APC party has called for more elective positions for women in the party. They made the call during its two-day women's conference themed APC Women Stand Up for Equality, Peace, Unity and Justice. Now, before we end the news, we have an important public announcement from the Office of the Directorate of Defense, Public Relations and Information, Ministry of Defense, Tower Hill, Freetown. Ministry of Defense commences second court-martial pre-trial of 13 our staff personnel. The Ministry of Defense is pleased to inform the public that the second pre-trial sessions of 13 our staff personnel commences at the our staff court-martial, Wilkinson Road, Cockrell Barracks in Freetown on Thursday, 17th October 2024. This follows the completion of the commanding officer's investigations, COI, on the accused persons. Accused our staff personnel were charged for their various alleged roles in the subversion of the state and the 26th November 2023 failed coup d'etat. The charges include, but not limited to, mutiny, failure to suppress mutiny, desertion, aiding the enemy, communicating with the enemy, and conduct to the prejudice of military discipline, among others. MOD, Public Relations and Information Unit, will continue to provide updates on the court-martial proceedings accordingly. For further clarification, you can contact the Director of Public Relations and Information of the Ministry of Defense and the Staff Officer, Grade 2 Media Operations at the Headquarters Joint Force Command. I'll go over that again. The Ministry of Defense is pleased to inform the public that the second pre-trial sessions of 13 our staff personnel commences at the our staff court-martial at Wilkinson Road, Cockrell Barracks in Freetown on Thursday, 17th October 2024. This follows the completion of the commanding officer's investigations, COI, on the accused persons. Accused our staff personnel were charged for their various alleged roles in the subversion of the state and the 26 November 2023 failed coup d'etat. The charges include, but not limited to, mutiny, failure to suppress mutiny, desertion, aiding the enemy, communicating with the enemy, and conduct to the prejudice of military discipline. That's the end of this edition of News Hour. With me, Stella Bangor. Goodbye.
We are the National Broadcaster, and I am Sulaiman Baba Toure, a reporter and presenter at the SLBC. Your voice, my voice.
From the Commercial Department, I am Regina Bangura. You are watching SLBC. Your voice, my voice.
I am Jonathan Turner, a reporter for Silent Broadcasting Corporation, SLBC. As a reporter, I do stories on education, health, politics, and more. Stay glued with SLBC. to watch my stories. Your voice, my voice.
Lucian Ganda, producer Wayus, and producer and presenter Christian Editions on TV. This is the SLBC.
This is an important public announcement coming to you from the SLBC, from the Office of the Directorate of Defense, Public Relations and Information, Ministry of Defense, Tower Hill, Freetown. Ministry of Defense commences second court-martial pre-trial of 13 ARSLAF personnel. The Ministry of Defense is pleased to inform the public that the second pre-trial sessions of 13 ARSLAF personnel commences at the ARSLAF Court-Martial, Wilkinson Road, Cockrell Barracks in Freetown on Thursday, 17th October 2024. This follows the completion of the Commanding Officer's investigations, COI, on the accused persons. Accused ARSLAF personnel were charged for their various alleged roles in the subversion of the state and the 26th November 2023 failed coup d'etat. The charges include, but not limited to, mutiny, failure to suppress mutiny, desertion, aiding the enemy, communicating with the enemy, and conduct to the prejudice of military discipline, among others. MOD Public Relations and Information Unit will continue to provide updates on the court-martial proceedings accordingly. This public announcement is coming from Colonel Issa Bangura, Director of Finance, Public Relations and Information. I'll go over that again. The Ministry of Defense is pleased to inform the public that the second pre-trial sessions of 13 ARSLAF personnel commences at the ARSLAF Court-Martial, Wilkinson Road, Cockrell Barracks in Freetown on Thursday, 17th October 2024. This follows the completion of the Commanding Officer's investigation, COI, on the accused persons. Accused ARSLAF personnel were charged for their various alleged roles in the subversion of the state and the 26th November 2023 failed coup d'etat. The charges include, but not limited to, mutiny, failure to suppress mutiny, desertion, aiding the enemy, communicating with the enemy, and conduct to the prejudice of the military discipline, among others. MOD Public Relations and Information Unit will continue to provide updates on the court-martial proceedings accordingly. That's the end of the public announcement. Goodbye.
For the Zoom meeting today with the investor them?
Yes, boss. I'm ready for the meeting today. And I don't download all the reports they sent to me on the internet.
Make sure so you get super connection, because I don't want one problem during the meeting.
Everything is okay. Everything is fine.
Counting on you, even though we're not in the same office. I will be with you every step of the way.
My name is Samuel Bangura, a camera operator at SLBC. I always capture the scene you see on TV. So stay glued to the public broadcaster.
My name is Abdul Kabia, a news anchor and sports producer at SLBC.
Hello, I am Esther Maisama, reporter and presenter of SLBC Sport.
I am Princess Gibson, Executive Producer, Radio, Gatekeeping Radio Content, Producer, Public Square, your program that brings you conversation on topical issues, and also presents our breakfast show, Good Morning Sierra Leone.
Hello, my name is Daphne Zainab Kamara. I am a television producer at the SLBC. I also read the news on television and present the podium on television too. I also announce on radio. Stay tuned to the SLBC.
Providing authentic information has been one of the pillars that SLBC relies on. I am Mohamed Simbiko Omar, a reporter who has developed insatiable appetite for human interest stories. Continue to stay with Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation for your best in broadcast journalism.
As a public broadcaster, we believe in giving out objective stories, and your interest is our concern. I am Moses Sile Conte, a reporter at the Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation. Stay tuned.
I am William Wise, presenter, Wayus, and also reporter at the SLBC. And this is the SLBC.
I am Salma Tabak, television executive producer. I produce programs on both radio and television. I'm a news anchor, a presenter, an announcer on radio. I enjoy what I do because I serve a public service broadcaster. It's a pleasure to work with the SLBC.
I am Tilly Koma, Head of News and Current Affairs Unit, Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation. Our news hour now covers several segments. We have entertainment, business, weather, sports, ferry schedule, and human interest stories, not forgetting politics. We are doing all that to keep you people posted on what's happening all over the country. Thanks for being with us at SLBC. Keep blue. We are the best.
While the frequency of buildings collapsing and fire accidents are growing at an alarming rate, only few people have thought about insuring their businesses or property. This negligence has driven some people out of business, some into poverty when they were visited by certain tragedy. A lack of compliance with insurance regulations by many citizens is rife, and many do not even believe in the idea of insuring their property. It is against this background that the government in the year 2000 introduced Sierra Leone Insurance Company. SLECOM's Deputy Commissioner Sheku Matia said they always ensure that claims are paid to beneficiaries when needed. Yet many people are either unaware of or indifferent to the importance of insurance, leaving themselves vulnerable to devastating financial losses.
Indeed, insurance companies pay claims. We make sure that they pay claims. Whenever there is some amount of discrepancies or whatever, then we come in and settle it. Whereas, to the best of our knowledge in insurance, so that people will have easy access to our office through our provincial offices, liaise with them, tell them about the compulsory insurance issue, about all the rest.
For a broker, Joshua Boni, distrust of insurance companies is one of the major reasons why many Sierra Leoneans are reluctant to insure their homes, lives, and property.
The insurance side to the client is that the client
also feel that the insurance companies are taking money away from them without compensating them when the actual things occur. So the basic issue or challenge that I would say we as practitioners are facing is one of trust. And I believe that if that element of trust is worked on, the industry can be a better tool for the economy.
With over 4 decades in the insurance industry, Ambassador Ali Issa Bangura, Executive Chairman of Sierra Leone Insurance Company, has seen firsthand how non-compliance with insurance laws has worsened the impacts of disasters on individuals.
Formula do. This na the Mayozar, the program we come to you every Wednesday. We Freetown City Council, the Green Council now, every Wednesday 4 o'clock to 5 o'clock for letting us know about council work. But obviously, you know, the mayor may not come launch this program, and this program we're going to bring everything about council, everything we have to know about council, so that you will get chance for then I'm going to inform you about what they happen, what you for do, citizen, especially at the Freetown municipality. And today they can talk about tax, you know, different type of tax then. We talk about enforcement and compliance, especially property tax, because we don't see I would only hear say some people actually they try for evade tax or they don't give for pay the tax, then they not comply, you know, with all that. You will get for know inside this program if you not comply with it, will get for happen, and waiting day that flow right now for you. We get you host, you know, they give for comply to council. Well, I get 2 people in there so with me. Of course, close to me, I get Amadou Safaya in a civil valuer at the Freetown City Council. Safaya Tefamularu.
Fambol, Ona, good afternoon.
Yeah, go ahead.
Fambol, Ona, good afternoon. Mina Amadou Safaya, the city valuer.
All right. Then, of course, Namifa left yonder. I get Councillor Mohamed Dabo, the chairman for revenue and development, and also for urban planning, the urban planning committee. Mr. Dabo, tell family adu.
Family una adu. Mina Councillor Mohamed Dabo, chairperson for revenue development and urban planning committee.
All right. Okay, may I go to you, Mr. Fire? When there's a city valuer, let person know what's your job, what's your duty.
When I say city valuer, me of course that the valuation officer, and I made the value all the properties that we do within the Freetown municipality. Me responsible directly for property gate. We anything where you get for pay for your property that is city. Now me responsible for make sure say and send out to you the bills based on the assessment we don't do. So me they in charge of property rates and me they value properties in the city and give you your rates through the system where we don't get where we call the mob tax system, when a digital system where they show you the fairness of all the properties that we don't do. How we go about, so do I explain to you the steps then we will take.
So how do you go about that for, value property then?
Well, as I just begin to say, what I begin to tell you, say, me responsible for doing the assessment. We get a system already where the Freetown City Council gets. We are one of the most accurate and fair system right now in Sierra Leone, where we use for value properties in terms of property assessment for valuation process. We use right now we get a parameters that we set up. We now up to 25 parameters that we get for look at a lot of different areas, and we look at different fixtures and we will derive or we will arrive at point where we will tell you, say, now this amount here you they pay. One for look at the type of materials we use for build the structure and condition, how it look like. We go for look at whether if you go for do repairs, more repairs, or you not go for do repairs, the type of windows we use, the location where your property they all in one, and they will consider the one, and as factors the way for it will determine for me to tell you what you go for pay for your property. So we get a whole lot of them where now factors them where the explanation they at the back of the demand notice where we send out to every taxpayer. We get a chance for see what how we go about to value property, but notwithstanding with that, we also can take with time for explain like what they do so now for explain to you how we go about how what are the step that we go about for value property. We like I just tell you we look at the location ban, the features of the property, and also the condition of the property.
Alright, now this property, of course, you get property where they will not be from, colonial time, and then we get property where they build in this modern time. So, now this kind same value, not the same way that they look at it?
No, not even the property where they build colonial time. Even the way you don't build recently, no property, it not go be the same. If they don't get the same fixtures and the same maybe the same value, because the system, as I tell you, now one of the most fair system now the country in Sierra Leone what we they use, we get for look at a lot of other factors them. Like I tell you no more, they're building way according to high value building we don't old. Where we look at and say this building has until you get some repairs for do. Not will ever be the same with building structure where they don't put up recently. We in condition very good. Maybe think of the foundation, the maintenance, maybe the roof condition of the property, and maybe look at the repairs. How you get what thing will take you for spend for repair, or when then they compare some of them thing and they to the new property and also the old one. So no property not will ever be the same, and not because even the measurement, the rooftop measurement all they take, because they take measurement of every property for know the square feet of the property. So that alone don't make you not go get all properties within Freetown as the same, forget them as the same uniform rate or the same value for all the properties then.
You talk about accuracy. So if somebody gets 4 or 5 stories, somebody get 2 stories, somebody get 1 story, and how accurate that they happen?
Well, just like I tell you, that now one fixture so they look at. If you know 5-story structure you get for pay for 5-story structure. It will clearly show now your demand notice or the sense say we don't value this property, we'll value them as 5-story building. Then you get 2-story building. Where would the value? Would the value as 2-story building? So that shows the difference.
Now the value as 2-story building.
Yes.
Okay.
Because they show the number of floors then we on the demand notice, so they give you, they show you, explain to you how we come about to do assessment. They clearly explain how many stories or how many floors we don't value this property. How many floors we look at? If you get 5-story, but the 5-story not completed, you now only one don't complete. When would they value the property? Now that one story building we don't complete, we habitable, where they use now with the value for. But the other one then we keep an eye on them as they continue. When you add value, then we serve the continue for add the valuation process, continue the valuation process, and give you a bill where they match to the 2-story building.
Okay, in a situation where congestion, you get host them we clock together. How are they for peak? That way congestion. That particular area.
Like as I just tell you, almost say we get one of the most important system where friendly user and easy for use. Where I can say one of the most. I can say the best system for now. That's the best system because this gets a satellite image where we able to pick up the properties because the map where they use they got a satellite image. So every structure within Freetown, whether if you get 20 structures within one compound, the satellite image we don't take a snapshot of them. We already get all now we system. Now you make every building, every structure we did within Freetown, we not do assessment it. Automatically we know because now and at the moment we log into the system, you see it get a yellow scar where show you say this yellow scar na property na structure where they are, but you know access it. So there we can send now with field officers and send them with field staff them for go verify why this yellow scar there on this building, on this structure, why you know access. Because we go on for no whether if na property way maybe na property way be do under construction, but now it don't we can verify through the system and through that process they carry on a field for verify some of them carry it. They will also get the red scar we can show na the map where they show with the map where na properties then we exempted by law we will know for access. For instance, like we get the school building, university buildings, and the side and the old public for you will use for public purpose. Example like Kotbari or maybe hospital where they use them when they use for public purpose. And side we get we get diplomats there like ambassadors and embassies. We know they assess some of them one day because they want and they exempted from paying the property tax. So the map they clearly show we which side property they, and even if they close to one side, we they able to differentiate and they able to know which kind of property they and for me to carry on with the assessment with they. So no property will not be left until we can able to identify all.
Alright. Okay, make our lead for Susafire. Let's go to Councillor. Councillor, of course, you as the chairman, what did I know your work? Let people able to understand.
Yeah, we work as committee chairperson for revenue. We develop policies there, where they support the staff then. Whenever they go out for do or enforce the law and generate revenue, we can see that we're able to support them and we communities them or we wards them or constituencies how we reside and talk to we electorates them that they need for comply with Freetown City Council, because now all the way they comply with Freetown City Council, then they can able to see them councillors them we do request where council can support small community development projects them. So as a revenue committee, we can also get engaged with the staff then before they go out, and we can tell we community people them as well say una elect we to council na for CC we able advocate for una in terms of development, and in return from council we relate back to the communities there. So we can always restore the confidence in them, say them money they are we una they pay to council for una property rates, not so like say council they hold the money, they need to do anything with them. Council they take this money back, they return it to the community in the form of development. For example, like what they go on now with Baforce Village, we council they do 3-story standard multi-purpose markets. We get community center up. We community people and be desperately in need of out of them property rates that we they pay to the community benefit, and other communities they also they benefit from developments that we council they do out of them property rates that we they pay. And also we responsible for see that people they not do developments in certain areas that we council and ministry that already designed as area action in planning area action sites them where people not forbid anything they without they not come through city council, and we also in return can liaise with the Ministry of Lands for see we able for left certain area there and talk to people them say yeah risky and hazard for Belia.
Okay.
So we are committee responsible for that.
All right. So is it that una they move out or una in an office and just bring calm information as to how to go about that?
We move out. We deal with the staff then, because then are the technical people. We move go right into the communities then, because we the local people see we them vote for. We able to tell them say una comply by law. Una supposed to comply. All una comply. Council they get money. If you not comply, the council know they get money. Council na like ususu put for me, I put for you. So we will move out with the staff there, and we also can get back in our office and support in different areas them for the revenue flow na the council, and we develop policies there how we for implement developments them within the communities them we reside as councillor.
Okay, but then councillor, how your assessment in terms of revenue generation at council?
Well, the council they do well in terms of assessments, because we see people they comply with they go out, and people actually, especially when we start for new distribution of demand notice, people they come, they lobby outside the banks, then they jump out with people. They should say people ready for compliance. That make we also they come at the media and give confidence to them. Say the thing the way we they do at the community, the streets will they sweep, the market will they build, the health center will they build, community center will they build. Now the money we una come pay to council. And back on council back for come do developments in the community, and that actually they move the compliance is small.
All right. Now I'll come to you back, Councillor Mr. Fire. Now when you look at valuing property, what about them office? Them skyscraper office that what you see? How do they look at that?
Yeah, I think this Remeka tell you say we got one of the best system right now. We in this assessment what we they do for when we they assess property, they capture everything. The mob tax system what we they use get a provision. We are in when they do your assessment, you go for capture some of the inside then one, and they as the business where they run within the premises, within the building, because these are all some of the factors and way they consider when we value a property, because we also go for look at whether if this property what not they use the purpose of which then they use the property. That's one factor what would they consider for make rate at the rate where we will value the property. Say okay, you go for pay while city council 5,000 for the year, or maybe you go for pay city council 2,000 for the year, because these are all the things that would they consider what they look at. Yes, because they use the property for commercial purpose, so we tell you see you go for pay XYZ because they use them for commercial purpose. And if you use them just for a dwelling purpose, it is state them they say because now dwelling property you go for pay, and that makes the rate where they go out of the rate payer always different from the property when they use for commercial purpose. The commercial property always the rate can be high. It will be because of the commercial activities where they take place within the structure or the building. Unlike the one way they just they use for dwelling purpose, in rate go they down because not just not get any commercial value where then they add when they do like a business where they run within the, or maybe an office where they run a business. So in your rate not go there up. So then self we also they consider them and we they capture them from the mob tax system.
Okay, so just like I said, why would you commercial, including shops?
Shops, yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Including the shops, and we get a section from the assessment tool they use. We get for take the shop as well in own details, because the business people themselves get right for pay, because section 56 of the Local Government Act also say them people pay also for pay as well to council. It's a council for also levy tax anything for anybody where they practice a trade or a profession within the locality of a council. The council for levy tax on you. So that section capture the business people. So they make the mob tax system gets an assessment component where they for look at the business where they operate within the building.
All right. Now let me look at, because I don't know how I look at this. Some how I collaborate with other people like SLRA, when they talk about right of way, police, you know, because some people in the way council can say, okay, can I, even though we SLRA will say the right of way, but how I collaborate, you know, so that then people in the this thing them because they get for go to council for pay, someone will get in small container. Put on a side, whether on a food part of waiting, but how do you go about that?
Yeah, we get a very good collaboration. Not only SLRA, but even NRA. We get a very good collaboration with all the government institutions, all players into this, because we all they aim for one thing, one goal, development. So in all what we can do, we can always partner with them. Like the day you talk about the right of way, until say somebody not for sale, you know say that now one part the primary function of council. Council now then they in charge of the city, and we for able to control the city. Maybe show say somebody for trade, say some person for trade. Now make if you go now the CBD area, you get side and we the council deploy police, the metropolitan police them. We they not allow any other person, not they allow trade for the areas, and they like you go towards like the law court building now, then the country police them they around it, then they allow you for nobody know the trade around them pointing them there. So you get specific areas and within the CBD areas where then they police them, the metropolitan police them then they stop people not for do any business activity like the street traders we they talk about here. And the one they also we can they by the right of way. Right of ways always says when people they always they collaborate with city council, the SLI and the city council can collaborate for make sure say if even somebody they try to occupy something, try to place them, we get for also advice. We get for also they will also they collaborate. Make sure say outside person not for bill, outside person not for sit down for do business, you know go sit down there. Even though when we get cases and we are in people they go sit down illegally. Then one and the self council they try very hard in collaboration with SLRA for make sure so they move people them from them point then they which don't they happen and which they continue for happen, because we always want for make sure say we keep the city clean, and we also make sure say we continue for maintain the city standard to other cities they compare to other cities.
All right. Okay, Councillor, you talk about urban planning. You know, how do you go about that?
Well, just like what Mr. Firetreffer say, for example, the right of ways then aside them where we actually not want everybody for occupied it, because council now we get district planting, we get trees them way now 4 feet high, solar lights who will use for beautify the right of way. And that also is part of the planning of the CBD regeneration. And if person on pinning container day or you don't come build structures there, you will find out if for remove and it's very, very difficult. You will begin with protocol, stubbornness. So for avoid all of them things, and we strongly can restrict some of them side and then some areas then say an no-go area. And also the Kobe community, then some communities them outside we don't cross line see nobody not for bank na the water except in Kantu City Council, Ministry of Lands, the corner area the way we actually don't design and describe say an planning area. We not for do anything without the notice of government, because we don't want to let people take the risk at the end when rainy season come or anything happen, disaster can take place. So
but when it happen, we see.
Yeah, we control them. We control them. When I see the action we take recently in our Kobe community, people still they attempt. So we can demolish, then still they come back. We still see that we put the pressure and we deploy police officers. Then they met police for continue for enforce the law, because Usa in a risk or hazard area where the planning committee don't see enough for bank here, enough for bill because of yana waterway area, enough for bill and right of way, residential, enough for sell here. We make sure so the area they completely plan in the way that city for the.
All right, okay, Mr. Fire. Now, no can look at enforcement and compliance, on this property tax, because I know say when I get challenges, when I get a lot of problem in collecting, or people are daring to, tax. Okay, let's look at compliance rates. How people are comply when I even send the demand notes, because when I use the carrot and the stick, when they use the carrot, when they use the stick.
Well, when let me just come down and say we'll get grace period. We normally council can give from January to September 30th. We just don't pass. We during them period and they council, they even give you discount for the next year, for the previous, for the following year where they come. If you go willingly and pay, we council not run behind you for go do your payment. We now from January, February, March, April, May, June to September 30th, and after that period, we now like October now, we can now go for do full-time enforcement. We go for look at all every single penny where you get for pay council will go after you for make sure so you pay them, especially for property rate. So between that period, now we get grace period. That's January to September. I'll get a grace period. Then October to December, now full-time enforcement. We don't embark on now. Presently, within at the east, we depend do full-time enforcement. As I talk to you now, we get with a bailiff team with the eastern part of Freetown, where they don't begin from this Baibuge Road. They don't start with Baibuge Road and going down to Orugu Bridge. Then we also get another team where they look at the one where they up the mountains, where they up the hills, because we divide the team, or because we not the focus at maybe somebody we host fine no more, like how people can say no na me no more na target because maybe see say me host fine or no. For everybody we get structure, everybody we get host na Freetown, as long na structure we accessible, we value for let you pay property rate, we they go after everybody. So now we just don't set up the teams them where they go out, and we don't focus presently within at the east for this week on to next week within at the east. Then we go for also look at the central part of Freetown and also the western part of Freetown for make sure say we do the enforcement. We make sure say the one they will not pay it, let them pay, because see development now we all get them, and they say put you more to say you money there. You want for council for make council do something for you. You want council for clean the city. You want council for give you good water. You want council for can build good school or make very good make school or make that road towards your area outside your area. Then you need for pay your property tax, because council not get magic for get money any other side. Now from them retail, then property tax will they collect, and the bulk of council revenue based on property tax. So now only on that side and they with the people they make sure they will bring development. Like council was just mentioned just now, say council don't build a 5-story market, we get a community center up. That one day can purely from home source revenue, from the property gate where people don't be they pay from January to date. Now that money they didn't take use pay contractor for let contractor go build. You get other activities that we council don't undertake. The cemeteries them, council they take care of them. We don't try for fence most of the cemeteries them. all them want them now from home source revenue. So you want for see some of them thing then they happen, you get for pay property tax, and that make now within a field for whosoever own council a single lions will they go after you for make sure say you pay.
Okay. Now don't divide up. You know, when I say when I leave us now that eastern part. So how do people take them?
Well, we they get compliance, even though yes, some people can challenge, can want for challenge, but sometimes you not able to challenge them because waiting council they do now by law. In as much you get the right for acts maybe when the mayor in a radio or when the council in a radio or when you meet up with the council on a meeting or you meet with the mayor at the meeting for acts and say mayor we want water we want this that we want that. Same way so you still get the responsibility for make sure say you pay your property rate, and in as much you get that right the council still get the right to collect the revenue where you for pay. We they go about after you. Then make we don't implement plenty strategies. One, we they go after you, and we they go after the one that we go for pay property rate. They go with the staff, then they go after, then the bailiff staff, then they go for follow up with you. If you not pay, then they close the house until you go pay. Then we also do institute the court action. We take people go court, we no one for pay, and the court we get a lot of other penalties and we. You go happen for going to court because one the bill where you for pay get for increase because you get for take other charges where you go to the court you get for incur other charges, and also when this time don't pass through for payment now when that grace period don't pass September 30th don't pass now for any payment so far where they do you get penalty of 5%. So any payment now where they do you get penalty of 5%. So that don't make that make it necessary for you go pay property tax before time and not wait council for run after you.
All right. Now I see you say the bill if they go okay. Now then section 9 that if you not pay in case you take the portion in the court, now for let them decide for 5 years or for level there.
Well, as for now, we not reach that level yet, but definitely in that angle they will come now. Because if you prove stubborn, you don't want to pay property rate, you don't want to pay your rate. The law give you permission for 5 your property, and when we go to the court, the mayor can sign a warrant where then will go na your premise, na your house, and take movable properties, then auction them property then they. For make sure say council recover the couple where you get for pay. And if council take any property inside your house and 5 years, then the money where you for pay council, it not reach that amount they will not cover that amount. Council also get the right back for where you get and take another property in 5 years.
So if you don't get other more. Because you don't go take that one day.
So that's make the court day. The court can able support you now for take another action when a illegal action. We go support the council for make sure say we will recover that money there.
Well, when I know issue, because I make us say the carrot and the stick. When I know the type of which that end it because now that's not.
Yeah, sure.
Well, when I say that they divide
we already don't divide. The team they're already they out. Teams they're already they out where they go house to house for check.
So they pay on the spot or?
Well, we know actually we need the handle money at hand. The system we get right now now transparent system and accountable system. We know they collect no staff from FCC know they collect money in a hand. We get the banks then where we they use. The bank and then they collect. So even when we they go out, we they make sure say the bank they with we. So for whatever amount you get for pay, when they say you get for pay 5,000, they direct you to the bank. Say go to the banker and pay. Then the bank issue you receipt. Then you come and show to the believe them. Then if we don't close the house, then we don't lock the house, then go open up.
So when I don't investigate, what makes some people the make ten guys know how to pay?
Well, naturally, I may believe say a lot of people no want for pay tax. Tax.
No tax business.
That difficult something. That I know say tax difficult for pay. Naturally, people no want for pay tax. But again, some people not just want for pay, because if now sensitization or education, we don't do a lot. We don't do it like what we do now. So I think this is the second time when I don't come, when we don't start this enforcement, I don't come for educate the people, them for tell them they need the essence for pay property tax and why they need for pay on time, the benefit where them will pay before time, and the penalty where them will pay late. I think we don't do that one day. They will also get a parrot vehicle where they go around, where they go around and make sure say announce to the people them. And as councillors also be the same, we work closely like with the administration. They work very close and hand in hand with the councillors, because we believe say the councillors now then get them people them and then can able to talk to them people them. We even we don't procure megaphones. We procure megaphones where we all councillors now they get for make sure say then they keep people them now then community them. Then they go around and announce to the people then tell them say council they out for make sure say then collect them the property rate, whosoever get for pay make him pay. And also they give them the education for the need where you pay early, what not the benefit. The councillors them very much aware and they know within exactly the message where then they give to the people them. So that's now how we don't do for make sure say we not reach at that point. We say you them say we will reach at that point for go take from body property and come for a fair. So these are all the strategies that we do apply. Like I said no more, we also in as much as they do this one, we get a court we don't talk to the court process. They start very soon for make sure say the one they go for paid council. When we tie up you by you not take we count you to the court.
Okay. Alright, now councillor,
yes.
Because now elect the election, now get to the people but sometimes the people actually can make kangays, and then you serve as councillor back again. We'll say you can shot somehow because the community go on for come back. So how are they meander around that?
Well, that's come about the honesty about the oath you take for serve the people and serve the nation as a whole. And actually we can take the lead, because as soon as we enter into the community, it's very clear before the team they come, like how Mr. Faya say, the megaphone man and can go around and keep the community informed. Say city council they come stand by for pay, or you go now the banks they go do you payment for your property rate. You will not see no demand note. Go to city council, let them go issue the demand notes. And it's not really easy, like how you say. Some people come out for bring come that familiarity, say you know me councillor, now we vote for you. We can very bold enough for tell them say you vote for me for bring come the change, and we go only bring come the change where you comply and pay your rate to city council. That money na city council they take. Where you vote for, where I do me request, they honor them. If you not pay, then throughout my tenure, you go find out you go do request, money not they follow they approve for local development. So we able for communicate that. Though it can somehow difficult, some can behave that amadan, stubborn, and do not can get any option except we tell the Metro Police the way they say, when I shut down this business, let them comply. Because the law give you the right. You are on board, we operation, we shut down your business. Soon as we left them business, they go further small, they can decide for opening back then and pay to the bank who they move with, because we get various banks that they move with. Like I say, as councillor, who you do at the community, that you take the lead for collect revenue, for enforce revenue, a really challenging, but along the line and can cope. After 1-2 days with the hits in communities, then SSF can see the reality, say not true. Do business no they sell slow, we can encourage them, say let we pay. Now small money when you check for the entire year, then say pay 300,000. That's small money. The mommy says if we in a market to they pay 1,000. When you check out for the earlier, them mommy they know they sell pepper, Maggi, Yabas or Plasas. The papers you get the shop. So pay. We can tell them the reality. Say a small money then is 300, 500,000. Some houses then they is 900 million. Just like how Mr. Fire say, by the standard of the house, the bigness of the house, and how the house is built.
All right. Now, well, really, collecting tax, when I revenue for council, but now some people will say, well, we pay tax no more, but certain things that they will cancel for do, we cancel not the do. I go say, well, maybe council they overlook that. We not just want for just to collect no more revenue, but we are not able to give much more to the social needs where the people don't forget.
And we actually get the priority list, and because before we start every council we can do community assessment needs. We then can do agree saying that this we do. Waiting then say they want to don't prioritize them. We can make them very clear to them, say now we can start the annual calendar for collect revenue, and we hope that only the community people in return will support this exercise and make sure say council gets money. If the council no gets money, all the social needs there we on the request for so it will become problem, it will become difficult for them to go actually implement the community then because council no get the magic for get money up the sky. Now all the way on pay we go get money for candidate developments then and they can see the reality. Communities then they will actually all waiting and get you in our social amenities now through council build, council do market, council do health center, council do community center. When then see them thing and some people actually not can ask them questioning again. Normally in a question where most Fritonian can ask, about no more can't take money then local shop them, we see that we do. We can tell them say, it cost for maintain the city, how sanitation expensive, how many sweepers will get to the gap 5 o'clock in the morning they sweep the streets of Freetown every blessed day. It only happen if you Freetonian change their attitude, say landlord to way dot in a treat. Freetown go be one of the cleanest city in the entire world, because if you get people away now foreigners there, they admire at we sweepers they will get a street. We watch Freetown 7 o'clock to 8 o'clock in the morning, and very clean the street they shine. But after 12 going 1, 2, people only pass the inside motoka go drink, eat can, water packet, all of that. We do extremely well for CC we able maintain that, and we only for able for maintain the thing and through the tax with the people they pay. So we able to sell that to some of the community people. Then buy them. They don't say yes, not true. Now morning why they go to they see people like FCC flash, then they sweep streets. Now money they take pay them. If we not pay them, then they will continue the exercise. So we always they encourage them for let them comply. Look at with first community. Look the kind of asset now they don't get through the support of city council. And at their money back or them pay back, they come back to there. Community not get community center, the one who get don't crack. Now all man they afraid for good. Now they can get brand new multi-purpose one with standard floors there. We say go sell decent market. People away Gloucester street go come up from the street also come and ease the entire Botomango junction weekend. Like PZ na net. No will ever be so again.
So what how can monitor the structure and even yes now the money, the people how can monitor the structure and for make sure say they maintain them, because now one of the after that they keep well, but then they come back to the streets. Hey, we go now not well, I make we come back to the streets. How can you monitor, put a system in place where I can get a structure in it?
Yes, we get for like example, every market gets market chairleader, then get the structure. And then get council already within that communities there, because now we know the other with the PAC system what really exists. And the council they provide the supervision day, and the community, the market chairleader also they report to city council, and council get market keeper where they go they also where they watch and issue tickets to people there. And in turns the mayor also they do community visits. He can watch all of them property then and the asset committee of Freetown City Council also can move and see all of them facilities then we cancel they do not in communities then they foresee say then they in standard way as I will be hand over give community, or if any part of themselves become damaged, we see how they can for car renovate some back, because now we property we no go allow it become completely dilapidated. It costs we huge money for can do another one back in the community. So we can move.
Mr. Fire, city valuer, then can build. Then also the bill and them heal them, all when I can chase them. You say you bluff for the equipment on get.
Yes.
Say for look, but then the effort, for it and then far and then for make sure say because some man if you say we bill now that side and they share.
As I tell you, as I talk to you now, I will tell you say we'll get 110,000 properties we already captured into the mob tax system. So meaning that figure I give you could tell you say properties that where they uphill, they already in another system there, and we would don't value already from payment of property tax. Because as I tell you, this system from 2019, the Freetown City Council been doing massive assessment where being able to look at all them properties and where they up the hills them. So even as I talk to you now, the one that we go there in the yellow, we will know and properties them where maybe you don't imagine recently. Now then that the one that now we talk about here. But all the one that way they uphill, the Freetown City Council get database on them, and we reach each and every one of them. I make when time for distribution of out demand notices, we make sure say we they reach all in one day, because they even when we get a challenge with addressing system, with street system na Freetown, we get the app where we they use, where they take you through the map. They use the map where they take you right now the property. If I enter now the plus code, the Google plus code, where for your information, where the type of say we get one of the best system in the country, the Google plus code now you address where a unique address where the city council give you. You can even they oversee, you can in the America, you can use that one day. Somebody they give somebody that one day for locate you. As long the person sabi use map, when you get that Google Plus code, you get that Google Plus code, you get that digitally, you enter in a map. That map they use them, and no need for ask question, for ask anybody say, we say I see Mr. Mose. They take you right now Mr. Mose house, as long Mr. Mose don't give you that Google Plus code where they track in property with them for go reach house. So we get that app where they use to make sure they we deliver all the demand notices in between Freetown. We make sure they make sure we reach each and every property owner, we reach every property within Freetown.
Okay, so in other words, this equipment where you talk, the field.
Well, I'm not going to tell you say 100% because every system gets in fault, but they feel where you feel na small mistake go there, where maybe sometimes during the assessment, the one that we go do assessment take a wrong coordinate, which we don't try for. We don't try for clean up with system. Some of them mistakes, there are the errors the way they enter in the system. During the distribution of demand notices, that we pick them up and we clear them off. We make sure say we correct them mistake them then errors and they, because if mistake in all they affect you the property owner, but they affect we because we the lost revenue. So them mistake then they but a minor little, because in as much we want for collect revenue, we make sure say then mistake then the way they not even they to 0.1%.
All right. So now let people that know now decide them after Yanda who sign next and who are their time.
Well, this enforcement, we, as I tell you, we don't set up team them. this week we did east, and hopefully by next week we did central and west. Okay. So this now enforcement way, for say no, they're not reach to me yet. We can sit down today and decide say no, Lord we left the east today, Lord focus at the central. Lord we left the central today, Lord focus at the west. Because we want to make sure say we reach everywhere. You were the uphill, no fit say no, me na up mountain a day are safe. No. You not safe as long you go for Pay City Council, anytime, any hour, City Council can reach you. And we even remember how for increase more capacity so that we will make sure say we reach all areas. Some areas and department and where they within the council, with the revenue department to them. We by next week with the game meeting we will make sure say we try for merge some of them department and they will come and give support to the violation department and the bailiff department for make sure say we reach some of the areas and we had to reach areas and we expand with scope, we manpower for make sure say we reach all the one and day.
So Councillor, talk to people then for advocacy and foresee the essence of paying tax and the benefits they will get quickly.
And I will continue because we already cannot start out and for only the people we elect with office, now development now una priority that's una been cry for. And the only way we can able for take this development kind of the community now for una pay una property rates to Freetown City Council. So I want for rest assured una as una see with by first community today they proud of mega multi-purpose market with City Council they do to the communities. Hill Station community of course don't start community project on a bridge where City Council also don't come inside for support. Now because of the corporates where they cooperate with Freetown City Council and pay them property rate, other communities them do at the ask una not sit down, una no wait. Say the team come out now Ogu Bridge or neither come central or Canada West. Come one day as soon as a citizen or resident of Freetown municipality, go na any bank of local commercial bank, CMB, Sierra Leone Commercial Bank, Zenith, go na them banks then they go do your property rate payments and can't sit down wait for City Council. When we reach na Idomot, you go show you receipt of evidence as we do verification, as we go na community to community. Waiting go bad, now we will reach na your community, then pay City Council, then you name also fall na the areas list, then we not get any option except for use the court approach like what Mr. Fayasi and go find for me as the councillor or my colleague councillor where they lead the team in community for go enforce the law for them to pay tax. 1 or 2 person from in community fall short, it go very embarrassing. So do me people them within Freetown municipality and they ask una for una continue for comply with Freetown City Council for pay una property rate as na that money day we dey take for new development na Freetown.
All right. So Mr. Fire, you get any what do you have for left?
Yeah, what I want to say, I want to still continue to encourage with taxpayers and for tell them say it benefits, it beneficial when you pay your tax, because as our councillor say, it not necessarily mean say when you pay your property tax now, tomorrow you see development na you place no, because the money council they collect, they focus at one side. We don't look at the first need and make sure say we can go development like what we talk about with Bafos now. This is not collective areas that we don't collect the money now we spending that. So then also one important one I want to bring to the people of Freetown. We don't find out say a lot of people they go and put billboards all around all over the roundabout and do advert all over. Now we also the department, the billboard department, they out also for make sure say then check. Then one the way they go put billboard, then they go pin banners and pin them all over the city. We sometimes they dirty the city. The billboard department also they out for make sure so they check on the one and they whosoever want for do advert for go to the council and the council go advise and you go pay for your advert they will be able to tell you who and who you for do Alvat. Because not we as much the council want for collective revenue, but not to all side now we they encourage people therefore go put banners and put billboards. We get certain areas and where maybe we'll not go tell you say no, yeah, you know for pin banner yeah, you can do any other thing but not to like banner. So we have to talk to the people that way in front of that bit or waiting into that bit today for resist from down and make sure they go to the council, do the legal thing before they start the Alvat. Then for the property owners in Freetown, when I pay on a property gate now, when I avoid embarrassment because one disadvantage on a own and then they pay on a property gate now. We dey give areas if you not pay now. If you happen say we no will meet you at all, you not go for you know the escape way. We also the add for the coming year, and we continue with the enforcement. And you not go find them go meet you. Maybe they tell them meet you in a house or they meet you tenant them. Then go embarrass them because that embarrassment not good for your own businesses. That's what they do. Because when you want to do business, you want to encourage your customers when they tenant them. But if you allow the council to go embarrass them, they meaning you not a good businessman or businesswoman. So do you get property, make sure you go pay now and avoid the 5% penalty we council will levy on you.
Alright, okay, well formula name na Amadou Safaya in the city value and the Freetown City Council. They tell you we get oaths. If you not pay, you city tax and I will make sure say you go do so that council go able to get money for put up other team we go develop this city. And the Councillor Mohamed Dabo, we are the chairman for revenue and development and of course urban planning and committee member. Well, so we go put the cutting down until next week Wednesday. Again, we will come up with another one at the mayor's hour. One for tell thank you gentlemen for joining me to this program, and one for tell you the listener, the viewer, one for tell thank you. Thank you to me colleague them with the on camera. We get of course we cameraman them with it and we people are with it that the control day. Until then, Mina, I must say bye bye.
Thank you.
This is an important public announcement coming to you from the SLBC, from the Office of the Directorate of Defense, Public Relations and Information, Ministry of Defense, Tower Hill, Freetown. Ministry of Defense commences second court-martial pre-trial of 13 ARSLAF personnel. The Ministry of Defense is pleased to inform the public that the second pre-trial sessions of 13 ARSLAF personnel commences at the ARSLAF Court-Martial, Wilkinson Road, Cockrell Barracks in Freetown on Thursday, 17th October 2024. This follows the completion of the Commanding Officer's investigations, COI, on the accused persons. Accused ARSLAF personnel were charged for their various alleged roles in the subversion of the state and the 26th November 2023 failed coup d'etat. The charges include but not limited to mutiny, failure to suppress mutiny, desertion, aiding the enemy, communicating with the enemy, and conduct to the prejudice of military discipline, among others. MOD Public Relations and Information Unit will continue to provide updates on the court-martial proceedings accordingly. This public announcement is coming from Colonel Issa Bangura, Director of Finance, Public Relations and Information. I'll go over that again. The Ministry of Defense is pleased to inform the public that the second pre-trial sessions of 13 RSLAF personnel commences at the RSLAF Court-Martial, Wilkinson Road, Cockhill Barracks in Freetown on Thursday, 17th October 2024. This follows the completion of the Commanding Officer's investigation (COI) on the accused persons. Accused RSLAF personnel were charged for their various alleged roles in the subversion of the state and the 26 November 2023 failed coup d'etat. The charges include, but not limited to, mutiny, failure to suppress mutiny, desertion, aiding the enemy, communicating with the enemy, and conduct to the prejudice of the military discipline, among others. MOD Public Relations and Information Unit will continue to provide updates on the court-martial proceedings accordingly. That's the end of the public announcement. Goodbye.
What up, African World? It's Home Team here, and welcome back to another video of African history, culture, and worldview. This video is a special Patreon request, so today we'll be talking about the Mende people.